All right, welcome back, folks. It is day 19. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は10、19日目です。19 is an important day today. We're around the 10-day average for now. And okay, so we have a little weirdness going on. So yesterday I had a late day, right? So you can see that the late day stuff, some of it is being added because of a 24-hour cycle in a way. And I don't know how many of these are in these 26, but I like to think that the reviews are probably going to keep flowing over as we do the first 26. The thing is, I will definitely end up doing these 26 faster than 7 o'clock rolling around local time. So I like to think that some of these 26 are going to involve some of these down here, which will unlock lessons, which then may roll over to 7 or 8. I don't know if I'm going to deliberately drag my feet, drag this session out in order to see what happens at 8. Maybe we'll roll over tomorrow. However, it's either going to be today or tomorrow where we get to level 3, which also opens up a bunch of lessons. So technically, if there's a lot of ifs, which is kind of fun to brainstorm. If 16 of the 26 are 16 of these kanji, right? We have all of them ready to quote unquote, I'm going to call it maturing, right? Maturing. And it'll be interesting. Also, I need to come up with a rollover. So I need a rollover keyword now where basically I didn't have the foreshadowing. I've been saying pass as in you're passing the meaning and or read. However, I was contemplating about a word I would use in which I rotate out mnemonics, right? Because as far as I know, after these 19 days or 18 days, mnemonics do not have a legacy outside of very particular ones, like ko and cho, like anyone that has a particular name. And there are a few keywords that get carried over. So I was holding off to see how frequently they show up. So we might cluster those. Other than that, mnemonics now seem like they're not up there. There isn't like a mesh work that goes beyond that. So it is probably likely we're going to use a keyword for when we no longer require that mnemonic, and then reintroduce the mnemonic if we find that we make a consistent error. If I make a consistent error, right? And here's my thought about what's going to happen today as well. I know that there's probably a bunch of people. Actually, I already met one really, really early on. Did the whole, well, you gotta wait because I already done this before and I can't wait to. I wanted to give you a forewarning. That usually happens when you start something new, but also when you're just meeting someone, it's difficult to know how much volume each stranger is used to. So one of the things that there is a concern about is whenever there's a new level up, there's largely a vast majority of the lesson is unlocked right on the same day. And the idea is you can do all of them if you want, then all the reviews pop up at the same time, right? Like, for example, Tuesday, where when they cycle around, it also double stacks on itself in the way it's timed. Now, for myself, there is a recent mistake system, right? There's a recent mistake system, and this goes into what I was talking about yesterday. And then there are going to be memory misinformation or memory incongruencies. So, for example, now I know that there are 8 kunyomis in this character collection. Now, the difference here is that you can get away with these things, right? And they could be weak spots, However, generally speaking, due diligence in the way something is designed, if you're trusting that it picks up the things or it allows you to naturally curate those things, that's perfectly fine. Like, I could mistakenly think Tay is an onyomi for a very long time. Now, if that becomes a persistent reminder, which clearly it can be due to the interaction with other people, then it gets self-corrected itself, right? And that is part of the streaming aspect. It's not part of the tool aspect, though, which technically you could say indirectly using WaniKani allows me these luxuries, these things that create the interaction. Now, the thing about this is we haven't reached a point where I'm actively correcting mistakes, right? A natural workflow for me is you use a tool until the point where you collectively, consistently have to roll over and learn mistakes, right? The reason for that, in my opinion, is you're reaching a limit point, a limit point in which it challenges oneself to come up with more either efficacious way to do something, or you scale back and refine what you currently are doing. Now, this will be a common question that I will be answering in various forms, is the idea that can you learn something and become incredibly competent in something with minimal mistake making, right? Like super consistent, always well informed, minimal turnover, mistake making. And I would say yes, plenty of people have done that. Now, for myself, I would contend that that person would be a poor problem solver, or someone who is incapable of creatively, not like at the moment, they would be under practice in knowing what is efficacious. They will be under practice in how to creatively iterate and or create and optimize things without the burden of needing prior knowledge, right? That's a prerequisite. So for now, regardless of how big the lesson set is, which is going to be today, I think this is a level up today. Yeah, right. It's either today or tomorrow, or I drag my feet, because there is a very good chance that the 26 reviews here is short of the 16 here, because if I remember of the timing, I think the 16 are in this review before the 8 p.m., which was because yesterday I had a late day. So I'm pretty sure the other 16 are in here, which will cause the level up. So this comment is regarding that. So usually I make time for my prioritized things. So I am going to go as far as I can without outside scripts and, you know, modifications and or foreboding. It's not from the sense of rejecting any inputs early. The idea for me is without understanding the limitations with my interaction with the tool, it's difficult to know the efficaciousness and or reasonable effect that other people's advice has after the fact. It is very difficult to know it's one of those things. You talk to someone who thinks for themselves, and then you talk to someone who don't think for themselves. If you talk to someone who don't think for themselves, they will be more amenable to a trust me bro situation. Like, I'm a higher level, trust me bro, right? And that's works really, really well. Not for me, right? It's not for me. However, much later, when I gather the nuances of the system and then I've curated my own take on it, then there is a phase in which we exchange ideas. And that idea is what creates me to be amenable. Without experience, you have someone that is giving you their experience, but you have no initial experience or sufficient experience to even compare the value of that advice, right? It's kind of one of those things. What would you prefer? Would you prefer to be semi-competent before exchanging ideas and taking a note, or do you have someone you blindly trust, which is a very valid thing? There are people in your life, hopefully in other people's lives, that you blindly trust. Like I blindly trust my friends and my family, right? If you're someone who's offering advice and you don't reciprocate, as in you're someone who says you only self-study, then in my opinion, I'm less and less likely to trust you in giving advice because you don't trust anyone else, right? This is a two-party problem. So when someone openly gives advice and they give me the impression that all they ever do is trust whatever they believe and whatever they do, the odds of their advice being accurate, even when I'm incompetent, right, is very, very low. Like, it's almost illogical. These are fallacious logic, right? The fallacious logic here is thinking that you're good at advising when you don't spend any time advising someone, right? It's one of those things. You can make commentary and pass it off as commentary, which is like, oh, I have experienced this problem. It may or may not happen with you. I just wanted to share my experience, right? Instead of the difference between, oh, you should do this because I had this problem. Well, oftentimes, that is already a telltale sign that this person doesn't advise people, because largely, in my opinion, a person who's concerned about the other person's progress would ask and ascertain how, in what condition or what position they are at. It's not that it's bad or good. There are people who care a lot, who may offer advice, and I may be very dismissive and or counter argue, right, and try to provide perspective in why I'm not going to take that advice. That's a way to distinguish between I'm not ready for advice, while the other person may be more inclined to interact with someone who has a similar level of competence. So like someone who makes commentary and pass it off as advice, they will likely be very, very comfortable and be more at home with someone who is either equal and or more advanced than them, because the way you talk to people is very difficult to empathize. When you're commentating and you're offering advice based on your own experience without the need to understand another person, that other person will more than likely dismiss, reject your advice, largely due to the nature that you have not concerned their position. Or a lack of to be harsh a little bit, it would be very difficult for that person to even use your commentary as advice, largely due to the nature that you're talking by basing it on your own experience without considering the experience of the other. So like yesterday, I was trying to reflect upon how I went about it, where when someone says they don't need to do something because they already did something, that gives me a lot of information. That is commentary based on their own experience. So when they say, I am this, I don't think I need to do this, it informs me if their advice is important to me or not, because I am not that, nor do I believe that. So that would mean that everything that follows is fallacious logic. As in, if someone says, I am this and not that, and then they insist that they understand that other people have different methods, it ends there. It requires to follow that they have to go out of their way to understand how other people learn in order to appreciate how appropriate their advice is, in my opinion. So, right, like if you're into how planes fly, I think an astrophysicist might be able to say something germane. However, an astrophysicist might not necessarily provide the advice, regardless of their foundations, that collectively associates both aeronautics and astrophysics, right? And in terms of language, is very similar. So when someone says, I am, I don't know, I have a background in Japanese, so I don't need to learn these things in Chinese. The idea is then you no longer have advice for someone who's learning the Chinese foundations that you did not learn again or recently or have to. That's the reflection on oneself, right? Like if you skip something, it also means you do not have a relative perspective that may potentially be irrelevant to that person. So not that you can't be kind and offer that commentary, like, oh, I've considered doing this, but hey, hear me out. I skipped this section. I skipped these things because I didn't think I need them. So in relevance, you do not understand how you got to that position in the first place. It's kind of like a native speaker, right? You approach a native speaker and you ask them, hey, have you had trouble with these grammar points? And the native speaker would say like, well, it's been a very long time, or I don't think about it. You just know. So therefore, that person can't provide any relatable advice. However, they can still tell you what their experience is and how they're going about doing that. Like, what did they do? If they can't explain it, they can demonstrate what they do in order to show you some observational skills. But generally speaking, whenever you say you skip something, like skip foundations, for example, regardless if you know it or not, it also means you haven't done it. And when you haven't done it, it is very clear and important to specify, oh, I didn't do this. So the natural thing to think about is, if I didn't do this, how is my advice applicable to someone who is doing it? And I think that's a point that I completely missed yesterday when I was like trying to connect the dots, and I realized I kind of beat around the bush with like different analogies and different metaphors. The idea is, if you never use training wheels and you're advising someone who is using training wheels, those are two very unrelated situations. So if you say you're Japanese who's learning Chinese and you're talking to an American who is learning Chinese, these are very two different situations, and it is, in my opinion, far more compassionate and likely to be successful when two people establish what they did as a part of being different people. So same as in you're both learning Chinese, but different, right? Because one's American and one's Japanese. So these are the situations that I encounter even more frequently. And I don't know if to others it's not worth the effort, right? It's not worth the effort because it's just another person online. That's your prerogative. No, in my opinion, right? In my opinion, when you are trying to connect with someone and you really, really think that they're worth it, the way you demonstrate that they're worth being your friends and stuff is often portrayed in your ability to be interested in the other person, right? So if one keeps emphasizing how one is special and one is exceptional in a conversation about the other person's progress, then they will less and less likely find things to relate to you. So this is more of a commentary on communication, right? Forming like professional relationships or establishing rapport, if you know what I mean. When you say, oh, I'm an artist too, for example, I had a lot of these comments because largely that would mean this person is interested in either telling me their artwork and or like if I need any help with art, right? Well, the idea is there's no rapport established. It's interesting and it's great that you're an artist. Now the conversation kind of ends there unless I'm willing to ask questions about your artwork, right? However, know that that is not necessarily connecting with the person you're talking to. It's difficult to connect with something when that person is identifying themselves as opposed to who they're talking to. It's a long process, and for many people, at least in my opinion, when they greet people, the icebreaker, which is a very comfortable place, I think it's a good starting technique where you share something about yourself because you haven't practiced engaging with another person by trying to exercise like emotional intelligence in your conversations, right? It's very difficult. I know in this day and age, it's very normalized to talk about all the things you know versus all the things you don't know yet. And the one thing you don't know is a person you just met. And that's the difficult stuff, right? Like, it's uncomfortable, it's anxiety inducing, it's filled with unknowns, and you could be very anxious and afraid of what you might hear. Like, for example, when someone asks, oh, so do you like WaniKani? Meanwhile, the first thought to that person is like, oh yeah, but I really like WaniKani. I hope this person doesn't say they don't like WaniKani, because I don't want to get into a discussion about why I like WaniKani and how this person doesn't like WaniKani. Well, then you're not in my opinion, to be super frank, you're probably not ready to be friends with this person or nor a discussion about WaniKani. Like that's personally me, right? I have a higher threshold for this stuff. So when someone says like, oh yeah, it depends, and I'm like, okay, so I guess it depends on when you feel like having the effort to talk about those things, right? Because it sounds like you want to close up this argument, like end this argument or end this discussion because you don't have time for it, and I respect that. So eventually I either choose, oh, let's talk about it, depends, that's interesting, or I'm like, oh yeah, you're right, it depends, lots of individuality, and then we'd be on our way, right? I really find that being agreeable is a default. Often I refrain from asking direct questions even if I'm interested in learning about the person because you don't want to pry. Yeah, however, right, I was just about to talk about this, Gecko. This was my next point, which is the being agreeable, right? Oftentimes agreeability is often not able to go hand in hand with establishing relations, right? Relations can come at any time, any place. That's certainly true, and it's offered at the base of the interaction, and it can happen across a really long length of time, large due to consistency and whatnot. However, direct questions are a trade-off to being agreeable, right? One has to take gambles in order to create deeper learning experiences. So it is often, if one does not reciprocate, like the person you ask a direct question with to reciprocate, it's certainly very potentially discomforting and whatnot if that person says, oh yeah, sorry, I'm not, it's too personal, I don't want to share. However, that person at least responded and revealed that it's too personal to share, and that's perfectly fine. Another person could be like, oh yeah, that's really personal, like, and then they get offended or something like that. Then my take on that is that you at least now know that that person is not in a position in which you could establish relations with, right? So it is certainly a risk, and most of the time, I would say 60 to 70% of the time, I take that risk and that person leaves, right? That's how I select It's the difference between being agreeable and presumptuous about another person's willing to share, while also making sure that you're being as agreeable as possible, right? And I do that. I use like political speech and maybe some ambiguities most of the time in order to make it sound agreeable, while I don't necessarily directly agree with the person, right? And then eventually it escalates and slowly escalates to a point where one could be directly candid and or freely expressing their curiosity towards each other. The idea is why this prompt, this delegation or this digression here, is the idea that one is overrepresented over the other right now. I think my interaction largely interacts with individuals who they are incredibly comfortable in talking about exactly what they know, and they project what they know as insight to a general audience in which they don't interact with, largely due to the nature that they have a lot of apprehension and unwillingness and or maybe discomfort that creates a barrier to their communication. So for example, here's one that I find is very difficult to negotiate, which is the idea that someone does something directly and then I make a comment, I comment on it. It's like, well, I differ. Maybe I can share my perspective so then you can comment about your perspective on it. And then that person's like, oh yeah, you know, that might be right. Like I don't know what I was talking about. Like I'm sorry that I'm not. So then you're in a tough situation. What happens is the person that wanted to share something ends up feeling the guilt of a person who is trying to ask direct questions, but is also indirectly inexperienced in understanding how to handle potential conversation that leads down a road that they're unexpected, right? And then there's this like misunderstanding of nuances, compounded misunderstanding of nuances. I don't necessarily think that will ever improve for either party without opportunities to do so. So yes, the internet is a very turbulent time where if you're wrong, you're wrong. So the fear of doing so can be tough. And I kind of want to remediate that, or like trying to mitigate that here, because I'm pretty intense when I am invested, much like everyone else who is pretty intense when they're invested. One of the things that don't happen is I don't go anywhere and everyone else does, right? And that to me raises a curiosity. How consistent are the other people able to interact at a later stage in conversation? Oftentimes I feel the tenuous experience, the frequent tenuous experience of individuals make it so that the barrier is so high to practice deeper level of communication. This is going to be related to language learning, that you might wonder, how does that factor into their later stage target language goals, right? You might be thinking, oh, well, everyone's ultimate goal is to be fluent and be speaking to people and whatnot. It's like, I think that's really far from me. I actually have no aspirations currently to go to Japan and talk to people with fluent Japanese or trying to speak to people. I think that's a little bit of a misnomer. I do like the opportunity to do that. However, my current status and my current like interactions, one can see that my 99% of my major interactions will be understanding how to read Japanese, how to interpret Japanese, where I am the person who's speaking Japanese or attempting to speak Japanese on a one-way exchange with people who type Japanese. And you might be thinking, well, then you'll never learn how to speak natural Japanese and whatnot. It's like, well, yes, And then you think about it, it's like, well, isn't that bad? Like, well, what else am I gaining? You definitely cited all the things that I'm clearly not doing and will not practice, and I understand that. I know that if I don't speak to another Japanese person orally, then my speaking ability for Japanese will diminish or not even won't progress, right? And there's a place and time for that. If the opportunity presents itself, it's great. Now, hear me out. What am I gaining by not doing that and spending time on something else? So I'm spending my time on how to read Japanese, interact with the medium that I have in Japanese, and that still involves more reading. And all the oral portions are performances, right? In video games and stuff. However, the act of that is to play a video game and to read the dialogue along its side, right? Or read text and try to read it out loud, right? So lots of my emphasis is on that. If I'm growing, like, one thing that a lot of people feel like it's necessary is um full semantic knowledge of Japanese as you're learning, right? Full semantic knowledge. It's not necessary for me. If people sit down and understand that I want to play Japanese games, I typically would read comments, right, in Japanese or in English or in Chinese whenever someone randomly wants to type in those languages. And I don't actually hear anyone say anything. And that's 99.9% of my interactions, all the things I've mentioned previously. I consume media and I read Japanese and Chinese. So is what I'm doing contributing to that specifically, as opposed to working on my speech communication? It's a fair counter argument. Of course, I can be a counter arguer of myself and I say, well, if you learn how to communicate simultaneously, right? Learn to speak, read, write all at the same time, it might holistically boost my aptitude. I totally agree with that. At the moment, the opportunities that line with all my stuff shows that I am managing a satisfactory progress, right? So when I find people who say, well, this is actually technically this is technically this, these are the several usages of this, and I'm like, okay, so do you use that? Like, does my average interaction with someone right now as I'm learning Japanese do that? The answer is a resounding no. So when I find that it might be appropriate, I'll keep in mind your advice, right? That's kind of how I go about the thing. And I also feel it's okay to not do everything at once. It doesn't mean you can't possibly reevaluate your goals and actions later based on, yes, exactly. I think you and I, you weren't here yesterday, but you might have seen my digression in it. This is the type of interaction that I'm more used to, where someone's like, oh, hey, I'm currently doing this, and you're currently doing that. And the idea is that I must know enough about what you're currently doing in order to be connected with you in a manner that I can make comments, right? And I don't even make advice. I don't advise people that I know really well, actually. In fact, I'm less likely to provide advice and I'm more willing to trust blindly people I know. So it's kind of interesting how the normalized relationship is different these days. Not to say that I might not treat this with other people generationally, but for myself, actually, it's inverse. The better I know someone, the less likely I'm going to provide advice for them, because now we have an understanding and they would approach me for questions, or like I would approach them with questions because we know each other well enough, right? It sounds paradoxical, but the feeling of trust is oftentimes behaviorally inversely proportional to overseeing and micromanaging someone. So when I enter a partnership with someone and that person expressed that, oh yeah, I can't really do this anymore. You make a lot of mistakes and it frustrates me. It's like, well, that shows that we are still professional colleagues and not friends, right? And that's not a bad or a good thing. Colleagues can remain colleagues for as long as they know each other, right? When you are so caught up in either yourself and or the other person upsetting you because they do things differently and or did not approach you for help, that is a level of missing trust, right? And how do you develop that trust? It's a tough thing. But I don't usually, I'm not even sure if I've reached that level in any way. I currently do trust a couple people. Hopefully they're doing well. When they tell me they're doing well, I full-heartedly think that they're doing well. And then there are strangers who say they're doing well, and they spend a lot of time focusing on everything that's negative around them. So that's kind of one of the litmus tests for me a lot of times, right? And there are the one thing that is a lose-lose situation with someone who is fairly negative is when you're trying to share something and they end up unintentionally, I'm going to say unintentionally, play the victim. And when you play the victim, then the other person has to retreat. As in, oh, maybe I shouldn't press anymore. It might be a little too direct, which that, in my opinion, tends to more than the other drive away people who may be compassionate for your problems, right? Or like maybe compassionate for your things, right? For myself, yes. If someone says, oh, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way. Now I just feel bad for presuming. And then what I would do is, oh, I'm sorry, I was being a little too direct. And then you retreat, right? So the more likely an agreeable person who's compassionate is going to retreat when another person tends to say something and then they direct the problem or the guilt to the point of interacting with you. So if it's like a vicious cycle a lot of times when someone either is very arrogant and only project their own opinions without considering the other person, which that's fine because that person, you can't really hurt their feelings, they're already solidified, but it also means you have to break down the barrier in which they have to be amenable to your opinion. That is probably the more classical way that a compassionate person has no problems with interacting, because it's just you try, and if they don't agree with you, they don't agree with you. They go about their merry way. Now, there are people that I interact with quite consistently, like on a first opinion basis. They would correct someone, and then I would correct them as a discussion, right? Like, it's not actually correcting each other. It's more like, oh, I'm sorry if I gave you this impression. This is how I think about it. And it's like, oh, I'm so sorry. Like, I'm sorry. I'm really being presumptuous, and I shouldn't have done that. And then the conversation ends, because generally speaking, the person who's willing to share ideas and talk about things, they might consider the idea like, oh, maybe I said too much, right? Like, and that would cause the separation. And it's not the same. What I mean is that's an impasse that I find most concerning, maybe not the most frequent, but frequent enough for me to see, where there is someone who says something that genuinely can be helpful. However, when you try to be a little bit more direct, it ends up being a victim situation. And the victim situation means that you are the aggressor. You somehow become the aggressor by wanting to be interested. right? And boy howdy, do I encounter that far more frequently than I want. Human communicating is such a fascinating stuff coming from someone who still has much to learn, especially when you start factoring in culture and societal factors. Yeah, and I notice I'm a lot more apprehensive, but also a lot more curious. Now, when we're pre-selecting for, when you're pre-selecting for an activity that legitimately selects and enrich for cultural and societal factors, if you know what I mean. Like, video games is a different thing because it's a subculture built on an abstraction, and that abstraction is often within the system. So if you played the video game, oftentimes it creates a strong enough core of understanding that cultural and societal factors don't end up derailing the whole thing. It still happens, obviously. Like, for example, a casual Souls-like player versus a hardcore Souls-like player. That's going to happen. However, in language learning, I felt I talk about this stuff even more, and it's fascinating. However, it consistently leads to things like cultural and societal factors that becomes an ever fascinating challenge to negotiate. And it's pretty cool because for me, that means I will be able to communicate in a more dynamic way due to the experience. I did recently encounter more frequent friction in terms of gaining some of this experience, right? Things like talking about what is a real person versus what is a fake person. And what I mean by real person or fake person, I don't mean literally real person and literally fake person, but more like what is figuratively a real representation of a type of person versus a fake representation of a type of person. And that comes up with language learning. Far more than video games, largely because if you play the video game, then you are a player of that video game. Whether you're casual or hardcore is a meta level, but you get your foot through the door by being a player of the game, right? It's experience that causes that thing. In language learning, it's not quite clear cut because oftentimes cultural and societal norms substitute for direct experience. So things like, I find myself saying this quite a lot because it's true. My parents are Chinese, right? But I'm not from China, right? Or I'm learning Japanese because I want parts of Japanese culture to be part of my culture. I don't want to become a real Japanese person, whatever that means. And I'm using far more simplified and potentially nebulous terms because largely if you use more specific terms, then that becomes very precise and it's easily more disagreeable. Like saying I wanted to become a fluent Japanese speaker. Now the field is narrowed down to the point where it can be even more disagreeable, as opposed to I want to learn how to speak Japanese, and even speak create cultural and social factors of dictating what that means. Like, am I speaking Japanese each day? Well, according to a lot of people, that's not considered speaking, right? As in, like, pronouncing something or reading something out loud is not considered speaking, right? I'm not saying I believe that. I'm saying there may be people who want to say that, and then people who don't want to say that, kind of thing. And yeah, language learning has brought up. I think this is fun. Sorry. I think this is really, really fun. Like, it's so intriguing. It keeps my mind so active. Like I'm actively watching, like recently, here's my pocket story for today. Why am I saying all this stuff? I've been watching a lot of comedy routines that deal with this topic. And I even shared a little bit of it in the Discord, where I watched a bunch of stand-up that dealt with the idea of societal and cultural factors in how it can be funny to acknowledge the stuff that typically happens while subverting the expectations from that comedic standpoint. Like one story that I typically share, which this 2 or 3 of the comedians shared, was the idea of English is your first and second language. I really like that idea because English is my first language when people see me as an American. English is my second language if they see me as a Chinese person. How does this relate to WaniKani? Japanese, I'm a casual Japanese language learner if they see me using Duolingo. I'm less of a casual Japanese language learner if they see me using Duolingo for 365 days. And then when people see me use WaniKani for the first 10 days, then I am a casual Japanese language learner. Until that counter becomes 300 days in WaniKani, I won't become a hardcore Japanese language learner. And hear me out. You might be thinking, oh, you just want to be hardcore because no, actually, I often, nearly all the time, I like to consider myself a casual skill builder. Because why is it casual? I don't dedicate my entire life to one thing. And I think that's the thing that's missing. When someone sees me start up, oh, it's the second week of WaniKani, my first thought is, I'm kind of curious if that person thinks that I only use WaniKani, or do they think that I might do other, like, what does that phrase mean to me? Like, but what I can earnestly always default to is that person's encouraging me. Thank you. I really appreciate it. And I encourage that person back. Now, the next level would be asking that person, hey, do you have any other things that you do that you really like to do with your Japanese language learning? Because I don't actually know what that means yet. There's not enough context, right? If we're both in the same spot in WaniKani, the question is, are we? Right? We are literally. So it's a great starting point, right? You're level 2, I'm level 2. That's awesome. Now I'm curious, what else is this person doing? Although I don't see that as a common route of developing a discussion. The discussion or the commentary ends there, right? Dutch-speaking people are very influenced culturally by Dutch and German people, Germanic culture, and French people are influenced by French people, Latin culture. Yeah, and you're kind of next to each other, so that's interesting too. Not falling into stereotypes, there are still clear differences which impact communication relationships. Yes, and that's the root of multicultural comedy, by the way, Gecko. The root of multicultural comedy is to establish a stereotype and then use it as a form of creating an exception, right? What I usually, my joke that I use for storytelling is oftentimes a comedian would talk about the slow English effect in the United States. It's a very common one. And how you tackle your punchline is really telling. It's like very fantastically varied. So it's one of those things where I get on the phone. I do this. This is from my life experience. I'm not a comedian, so hear me out. This is not intended to be funny. It might be a humorous, like, life lesson thing. There was times where I would pick up the phone and I would make an appointment, right? And I would talk to this person. Everything will go on as business as usual. You can hear the cadence, the comforting. But when I get to the place and I tell them who I am, their English changes. The frequency, the pace, the speed changes, right? It becomes ESL, as in like it is subconsciously or unintentionally, they slow down, potentially knowing that I might have problems with English, right? Based on how I look, right? And my first thought, you might be thinking, oh yeah, well that's offensive. That's like stereotypes. No, hear me out. And then, people would say like, oh, they talk to you on the phone. They talk to you normally. So it's pretty clear it's based on your looks. And my first thought is like, well, that's kind of nice that they slow down for me. And then what do? I slow down my speech to match their speed. That's what I do. Another comedian would do something like, oh, this comedian specifically said something like, their punchline was, they're worried about what English, like what my English is like, but my first thought is, I wonder what their English is like, but basically that person initially slowed down to talk to another person who doesn't appear like they're an English speaker. So then you have this dramatic irony in which the two of them have the same but different perspective, where the running joke is now the other person is, you're making the other person wonder if the person who's deliberately slowing down having the proficiency problem, right? Why is this interesting, in my opinion? Or why does this prompt everything I've been doing? Language learning is very similar. When you're learning language in public, it's incredibly similar, where when someone sees you make an error, it automatically makes you a representation of a specific type of group, right? And then that error becomes the basis of that person's impression of your aptitude, not being interested in sitting long enough to understand if there's more to it, right? I don't blame people for doing this, because for me, when someone slows down in order to talk to me, a lot of being aware of what the situation is, in my opinion, circumvents either the emotional impact of being stereotyped or the emotional impact of being corrected. Now, that's not for everyone. When you are being stereotyped, someone can choose to reject you and then leave. So it doesn't leave an opportunity for them to ever address stereotypes. So, in my opinion, a fallacious logic that often happens is, if you're constantly being stereotyped, it doesn't mean you're good at talking about stereotypes. You hear? If I'm not sure if this connects with most people, when you avoid talking and interacting with specific issues, it's very difficult to know if you have a handle or observational practice in engaging in resolving and or participating in that issue. So what I really like about comedians is that the type of humor and the comfortability and nonchalantness of them telling those stories are at least in my opinion, indicate to me that they have been there sufficiently enough times in which they can talk about it in a comfortable state, as opposed to someone who says something like, oh yeah, people will be people. Like, I'm not sure if you know what that means. Like, to me, like, I have questions. So can you explain to me what you mean by people will be people? Or like, oh, stereotypes always happen. I'm like, okay, can you explain to me how stereotypes always happen? Right? That is kind of the thing. Or, oh, everyone always learned this way. I'm like, can you explain that? Because I don't know if I'm not everyone. That's a little bit weird, right? Is it important to learn this? It's versus it's always important to learn this. Everyone somehow is both same and different at the same time without clarity, right? I was reviewing what I said yesterday and I was thinking, man, I said same but different, like a 8 billion in like 6 or 7 different ways. And my point was lost in translation, if you will, where the point was being made that if you don't talk about these things, then you don't get better, or you don't practice these things. So if you're not practicing how to remember certain things, then it would be very reasonable to say, oh, well, I don't know what it's like, but if I had to guess, here's my take on it. As opposed to, I didn't have to do this because it's basics. So if I know the advanced stuff, I clearly know what it's like to do basics. That's one thing that can be very, very jarring, right? For like someone who could say something like, I use Anki. This comes up a lot, so we'll use Anki. I use Anki, and WaniKani and Hanzahiro is basically Anki. So if I use Anki, I basically know what it's like to use WaniKani. I have said this a couple times myself, and I forgot to be very clear about it. I'm saying I use WaniKani as a surrogate of something that may represent an Anki experience. However, I'm not specifically using WaniKani because it's like Anki. I'm using WaniKani because it's a compromise where I could have something like SRS, like Anki, but also have the mnemonics of someone who has spent a lot of time learning Japanese and is, if not quote unquote fluent in Japanese, which is Koichi and the gang at Tofugu. Crazy difference in my opinion, but due to subtlety, right? Yeah. Anyways, an hour has passed and we gotta get booking. So, with that said, that was my story for the day. I again, to reiterate, I bring stories and commentary. How did this all start? It started from yesterday, and also it's a forum discussion. So I've been looking at the WaniKani forum on a daily basis because I want to understand who's more vocal in the WaniKani space. And I check the Hanzahiro community forum daily too. I spend like 20 to 30 minutes reading threads, right? Be it something that's interesting or no whatnot, because I want to give an idea. So most of these topics and stuff either spawn from the stream interaction that's also related to WaniKani and or related to other like topical things on YouTube or something. So if you want to see inspirations based on this, it's either happening in a stream, or if you want to know where it is, you can probably surmise. I'm not going to point anything out. You can collect your own observations. Most of these stories are inspired off of now me reading the forums in WaniKani in Hanzahiro, right? So this is my attempt to try to get to know what the general interactions are. Actually, most of the general interactions are people expressing their language learning journeys or their challenges that they have for themselves. So that's super cute. And there's a lot of book clubs. WaniKani's community has tons of book clubs, which I'm gonna be real, that sounds like an amazing experience. I haven't ever been in a book club. I have personal friends and best friends who attempted to start and maintain book clubs, so pretty sweet. Your experience is that most people like to put other people in boxes. I guess this probably gives them a false sense of understanding of the world, even if it's oversimplified. As for me, not a fan of boxes. I use boxes. I use boxes until you have to open them and build bigger structures. So I think of boxes as building blocks. And if a box, like a cardboard box, seemed very ordinary, I'll give it a different paint job. And one day they would probably want to open the box and see what's inside. And what I mean by that is when they open the box, they might be surprised what's in the box. Sometimes I don't even mind if they put me in the box, because me inside the box is no different from me outside the box, if you know what I mean. So an oversimplification may be filled with nuances. It's kind of my different take on the box metaphor, right? So am I different if this is all of me, right? If this is all of me and someone slammed me into a box, does that change who I am? It doesn't, really. It's only when they decide to open the box that they discover what's all of this. So I leave the opportunity to them to willingly open what's in the box in order to expand, allow my personality to expand, right? So rather than criticize people oftentimes, or like try to place them inside a box, ironically, right? Place them inside of a box, I try to tease them to take a peek what's inside the box, because what they see is the box, like the edges of the box. They don't actually see what's inside the box. It's kind of like Schrodinger's cat, right? Schrodinger's cat. If someone places inside the box, they only see what's around the box, like the box itself. They don't actually see the contents of the box. So oftentimes I give my box a paint job. I put fancy stickers on a side. I place stickers that they want to see. Like, for example, I'm a WaniKani user. I'll place a WaniKani sticker on the outside of the box. Now the question is, can I get them to be interested in the box enough to open and see what's inside the box? And then you'll no longer be inside a box. It's kind of like the metaphor for gatekeeping, right? If someone is standing in front of the gate and they don't let you in, then you're not welcome. So you'll never understand them until they decide to open the gate. And this gate could be to a box. So in the reverse role. So now you're someone who wants to enter a box, as opposed to keeping someone away from investigating. So oftentimes I try my best to not keep myself inside a box, right? And that's through expression. So for me, I try to keep the gate open. So as opposed to like gatekeeping due to apprehension and or emotional barriers and stuff, I try to keep the gate open. Like, do you want to come in? Like, here you are. It's like, I know you see the gate. It's really fancy from the outside, and my box has like cool stickers like WaniKani and stuff. And, you know, I'll put in like a gigantic arrow sign with Duolingo so that at least the person will look at my box. Now the question is, are they gonna go inside and check it out? And I'll take that gamble any day. I take that gamble 90% of the time. Regardless if that person is, you know, it's kind of like a store, right? You're running a restaurant and someone sees your front door, is like, nah, that's not for me. They pass. It's like, well, I'll still try to offer them free samples or something. Like, here's a free sample. It's like, yeah, not for me. Bye. Like, yes. So for every 90% chance that I try something, my success is, even though I practice this type of thing all the time, you know, advertisement through communication and whatnot, I would say my success ratio is like 10%. I mean, it shows. You know, I streamed for over 6 years. It shows. It shows my success rate. It's very low. largely due to the nature that my box and my gate is pretty selective. And I deliberately do that, right? Pretty selective. If you start talking like a box, then people might relate to you a lot better. Usually you are put in many boxes based on criteria, look, gen. Yeah, in my personal perception, the number of boxes is almost infinite, so everyone is really its own unique individual, and I therefore try to treat them that way. That's fair. That's fair. How should I say this? My box approach, that box approach, sounds like using rote memory for Japanese. So my only perception, like a perception counter and maybe like counterintuitive perception check, is my answer is both. I try to treat as many people as I can as unique boxes. However, those boxes also belong in categories. Those categories create an efficiency that allows you to manage that humanly, right? Being overly agreeable creates a problem of itself. And that is something that I've come to accept when I used to be unconditionally agreeable. When you become unconditionally agreeable, you yourself no longer become relatable because you're constantly treating everyone as an individual. So what happens is the efficiency goes down, right? And that is perfectly fine if you have enough people in your life, or if you have enough like interaction or stimuli, right? And that is very indicative of someone who has a very comfortable life. So you don't need, right? You don't have a need to be wanted or something. Now let's place ourselves in the shoes of someone who does place people in a box. The question is, what is the motivation to place people in boxes? Well, one thing is categorically, it can create, expedited decision making. And I do have to admit that there is a representation, over-representation, or more of an over-representation of categorization in boxing, right? And for me, yeah, I push back on this, the categorization. However, I wield this. I play with this as opposed to against this. So the first thing I would do when someone places me in a box is I would ask them, what does my box look like? Wow, I don't see how Thor from Pirate Software used mouse to write all the time. So what does my box look like? That would be my first question, right? So now I get to know something about them, but they're not necessarily have to concern themselves with what I'm thinking, right? Because I can learn a lot from questions, which is what Hank Green's new series is. I really like Hank Green, so he has this new series I look forward to watching on Complexity. I'm not affiliated with Hank Green. If Hank Green ever hears this in the future, I would be incredibly humbled, but also incredibly embarrassed. There are a few things that are embarrassing to me out of like sheer privilege, not like embarrassed as in I don't want them to see it. So ask Hank anything. He had a great message for this. Ask Hank anything, and it's to learn about people through asking and answering questions. So if you encounter someone who places you in a box, you can learn, or you can practice learning how to glean a lot of information from asking them what they know. And certainly then you can choose to, quote unquote, inform yourself on how to approach this, right? Does this person want to be treated as an individual? Sometimes they like to be seen as a collective, right? Like, oh, they're boxers. They're boxers. What makes boxers go? So oftentimes when I ask someone, hey, what kind of anime do you like? And then someone says Attack on Titan, for example. I'm like, now does this person go along with all the characteristics of Attack on Titan, like interest, or do they like being specifically different or identified differently. So we're gonna have to test the waters. I'll share a comment that I understand about Attack on Titans, from my perspective. It's like, hey, you know what? I've heard, like, I've gotten the impression that people who like Attack on Titan may also like these particular shows from my direct experience. And then you can find out if they go with it or not, right? That kind of thing. And then vice versa, right? The large reason for that is exclusively one or the other can become incredibly it's ironic, but categorizing people doesn't necessarily mean they're completely insensitive. And then treating that so is almost like doing the same thing in the reverse role, right? If you treat everyone as individuals, it's assuming that everyone wants to be treated as individuals as opposed to being a collective, which this leads to a cultural and social dissonance. Like, for example, when you refer to someone as Chinese and not Chinese, that can be a very, very... What does box look like what does your box look like as of right now? I see the Belgian flag, and I want to tap into that Belgian flag. However, I also see a funny, like, budget French flag on the front box, but that budget French flag looks like it was drawn by a very loved daughter. And I can peek inside through the windows of what you do on a regular basis, and that's someone who works and is in front of the coffee that looks at his phone every once in a while to learn Japanese, and then the television has Pokemon in it. But I'm peering from the outside because I don't quite want to invite myself in to your box yet. But I have lots of windows into your box, right? And those things I can see are obvious things that can be visible from the outside, which is like your Pokemon activity with your daughter. Your daughter clearly sounds like someone that would be very quite expressive, right? Largely due to gleaming from the outside, right? And I see there's got to be a WaniKani stamp somewhere on the outside, because I don't actually know what your WaniKani experience is like from the inside. Like, I obviously didn't witness you use WaniKani, how you use WaniKani, but I know that WaniKani is part of your box, right? The box nature of it. So yes, in a way, I'm treating you, and your box is also with a few other people's boxes that have these things. I've met other people who happen to be also... And Blair is a mother, right? And Blair uses WaniKani as well. And she has a bunch of interactions that are slightly different too, but it also involves watching anime. And so you're in a neighborhood now. So your neighborhood is the category. So we have like 4 or 5 houses that I've met that I kept up, and I got to know more and more about the people who live in the house through a lens. So, okay, you know, I see you get in your car, right? Going to work. Your work is another box that is shared with other people who are also working. And then occasionally when you're driving across, you drive across a university, and that university is filled with collection of boxes of university students that I've met over my language learning journey. One who's planning to go to university soon in Malaysia, who's Malaysian, that's Chern. Sub-Zero, who's in Norway, who's currently at university and has started university. Zhao is in the United States, right, and university. So that's kind of the visualization. For the record, though, I use most of these things as a mind palace thing. I actually do visualize most of my connections and stuff visually. So I have more of a habit of using metaphors. And boxes are a funny metaphor, really. Hey, that's a pretty visual, almost artistic mental representing. Thanks for answering the question candidly in any case. Well, I appreciate the question, right? It's a great way to, it gives me an opportunity to demonstrate how I would preferentially use or leverage people's personalities, aka trying to use my previous experiences to leverage as much efficiency as I can without over generalizing the other person, right? And when that person says I'm over generalizing, I have a way of making it less general, right? Something that doesn't make me retreat and feel like, oh, I'm sorry, like this is my fault, and then you no longer talk to the person. So generally speaking, boxes are very interesting too. I've been working on this metaphor. Hear me out here. I don't want to make it sound like I'm improvising most of these things. This whole box metaphor and changing like people's metaphors, that's something I do on a daily basis. I like visualizing things. So one day, maybe, who knows, maybe one day, 5 or 10 years down the line, I might make a product or make something that makes all these metaphors fun to think about. The box metaphor is a classic one. Like it's reinventing the wheel. I'm sure other people will have a take on it. My inspiration for this is if I make a box and I make a diorama and a visual way of interpreting different boxes and how like the box metaphor could be both constructive and not constructive, it would possibly encourage other people to make their own variation of how they mentally represent the way they interact with their thought process. And in my opinion, that can be an indirect way of making people more likely to talk with each other in the future. Largely due to the nature that talking with other people on a candid basis is not humanly possible with one person who talks to millions of people. At most, you can get a level of understanding using direct communication with a PR, but there's enough people for everyone, you know? There's a possibility. There's enough people in this world that you can have a great friend, and also you can have someone who you just listen to, like parasocially. I think the thing that, in my opinion, maybe this isn't true. However, I feel more inclined that it's kind of a conservative bet that the people online do not have a dynamic that's balanced out by interactions with close people. Like their interactions are potentially not sufficient. I'm not saying they aren't capable of it. It hasn't been sufficient enough to create deeper connections anymore. And especially inexperienced people, not adults. We're not talking about like 40, 50, 60-year-olds who have families and stuff. We're talking about earlier, cognizant, very intelligent people who don't necessarily normalize what the threshold and need it is to create unconditional trust or unconditional reliability or consistency. Why does this sound important in the box metaphor? Is if you walk by a storefront, right, and you looked at the storefront, how willing are you going to go into the store knowing that you have to interact with someone, let alone just walk by and say, I know enough and I'm going to the next store? The more stores you don't walk into, the less and less experience and less practice you will have, right? then most of your normalized behavior will be evaluating people based on their storefront. Now, you can use that. It expedites things when required. Occasionally, though, that is balanced with walking into the actual store, right? So I think in most people's lives, you will still at least walk into a couple stores or a couple people's houses. That used to be the social norm. I feel like that still is a social norm among healthy individuals who have a balance between interpersonal communication and parasocial communication, right? Younger, if we go any younger than 20 nowadays, who spend most of the time on the internet, I'm not talking about people who are off the internet, like loving kids, are so preoccupied with their loving parents that there's going to be a balance in some way, shape, or form. However, for those who spend the majority of life on the internet, I think they are more likely looking at business and storefronts, you know, the box that is the business, as opposed to actually walking in, right? And what are my telltale signs of why this is more frequent? Largely due to the nature that I literally ask them, what do they know about the store or the box, right? They say, oh yeah, this is not for me. Like, oh, this works better for me. It's like, okay, as opposed to what else? It's like, well, I haven't really used anything else. It's like, okay, so how do you know this is better? And it would be something like, well, this person says it and this person says it. Okay, so you peered in and you looked at this person's advertisements and you heard what this person has to say, but you didn't interact with this person, nor did you investigate what the person's like in the context of their person. That's where you're basing your relative in. So you yourself not only did not experience the person's product, but you're taking the person superficially on their word. That's sufficient, provided that when you think something is better, it works. When it stops working, it's betrayal. So then you're like, oh, this person lied. This person lied. This person lied. This is a scam. And the first question I ask is, so what do you know about the scam and what do you know about the lies? And ultimately it came out to all these people only know the outside, the box. They've only looked at it from the outside. It's like, that looks like a scam. Sometimes they might be able to smell a scam because maybe it's a bakery or something, because it stinks, right? It stinks a lot. And then ultimately you have to walk in to confirm if it is a scam or not, right? It involves intimate knowledge of something, at least in my opinion, sufficient enough, right? Still, you find that this boxing style of yours is pretty empathetic, meaning you remember things about people, but I didn't hear you make many assumptions based on what you know. I try not to. Oftentimes my box method deals with, first, it has to be something I've observed, right? So I have to ask questions first. So I will largely predicate most of my comments on all the things you have shared, right? The Belgium thing, our escargot comment at the end. Those are typically how I would build your box. And what I mean by that is I'm building up your box, right? This is such a weird. Ooh, I have a good anime. What is that anime? It was an anime with a character protagonist. Oh, it was Jujutsu Kaisen. There was one character who only sees, like, they can't see faces. Was that Jujutsu Kaisen? I'm pretty sure it was. There was like this guy who's like, he has a form of sociopathy in a way. Oh no, it might not be that show. So his representation is, oh no, it's not. I think it's a different show. So this guy, it takes place in feudal times, where this guy, when he can't see the people's face because he ended up just developing like this sociopathy where after a specific trigger in their life, he can no longer characterize people's face. He knows their body, their language,
and like what they do. So he's capable of observing. Was it Blue-Eyed Samurai? Oh no, Apothecary's Diary. Yes, Apothecary, the strategist, Yes, Apothecary's Diary. Thank you. That guy. That's what I mean by the internet right now. And what I mean by that is a substantial amount of my interactions with people. They can see what people do, and you can still strategize, manipulate people, make persuasive arguments, present yourself as a very high competent person, but you don't see the face anymore. You can no longer characterize, build upon this. And for me, I do see people as boxes. They start as boxes. And my whole goal is I want to know more about the box. I want to open it. I want to see what's in it. However, the person I'm talking to is the gatekeeper, right? So if their gate is not open and they don't welcome me into their box, I cannot discover what's in it, right? And my box, my store, okay, when I stream, I have a store. So, we have to continue this metaphor. When I'm a streamer, there's a store. I have signs. I'm pointing, right? There's like, oh, come in and see what I have to offer kind of thing. And then there's my box, my personal life. And what happens is I take some of the stuff that's in my personal life's box and I place them into my storefront. So that's how I can create some personality, right? I use my life stories to proliferate my restaurant. And like a Chinese American, hear me out here, like a Chinese American ABC, my house is attached to the back of my restaurant. So there's two boxes, and you can glean a lot from you can see a lot of my house if you visit my restaurant. This is kind of my mental view. My family, whenever we work, like my parents used to work at restaurants, we live attached to that. Like we actually live in the building that, the very back door of the restaurant leads to our home. So a lot of our family life and stuff gets bled into the restaurant, and that's the representation of the double box. And it keeps going on. I've let's just say lots of stories for another time, but I've loved this box metaphor, but I want to, for lack of a better word, flip the box on its head. I think sometimes it can be a lot more efficacious to turn something that people are afraid of or apprehensive in both ways, both a considerate way, an abused way, potentially, or neglected way, and reinvent the wheel. I'm quite literally trying to reinvent the wheel, right? Using a metaphor. That means that it's not technically a novel. I'm not saying it's a novel approach per se. There might be some novelty in it. It's not like it's not represented in a different way in some other way. I just think it's incredibly playful to normalize something that can be a little negative. However, it's also speaking a language that other people can empathize with, right? Telling someone that your metaphor is wrong, let's just change up the metaphor, can be an abrupt turn of phrase. So if someone says Duolingo sucks, let's start there. That's what I would start with. I don't start with you're wrong, Duolingo is good. That is a much, much bigger leap. So in order to understand and talk to people who are generalizing, oversimplifying, I'm having dialogues with myself on saying, what do I do that I overgeneralize? What can I do to make it so that I can speak a similar language without being dependent on the other person? And that to me goes back to learning a target language, Japanese. Those who know me for a while now, or the ones that knew me for a while and then came to check up, oftentimes their first question is, have you spoken to any Japanese person? Right? Have you spoken to any Japanese person yet? And that is what I mean. It's like, well, I haven't spoken to Japanese. Well, I might not even know if I'm speaking to a Japanese person, but one has to understand that I spend most of my time reading texts. I don't actually exchange verbal communication with most people. So I don't want to sound like I'm unappreciative of the concern. I'm like, oh no, you know what? I haven't spoken to any Japanese people. But keep in mind that I spend most of the time reading texts. So a lot of my efforts go to trying to get better at reading, right? Or focus on reading and encouraging others to type in the way they want comfortably. So my first technique I use most of the time is, hey, I know you like typing Japanese and your reading comprehension is really good. If you feel like practicing sometime, feel free to type it. And then I met Valentine, right? And then I met Zhao, and Zhao can type in Chinese. Valentine can type in Japanese. And then there are various people who type in a combination of the two. And that furthers understanding what they're more comfortable with, at the same time encouraging them to do something that they might not be comfortable doing in the first place, right? Something like that. Just for fun. The biggest assumption you probably made is that I drive to work, which so happens to be true when not home working, but it's pretty common over here to commute using public transportation. I presumed it. I didn't make an assumption. I presumed it. As in, based on the stuff that you told me already, it is highly likely that you drive to work. So, the details that you shared with me enrich for the possibility that you drive to work. And I was talking about driving more in a figurative way, because you could commute to work on a bike. That would be a form of like motorized vehicle kind of thing. No, but not necessarily a gas powered vehicle. I don't. It was unlikely that you walk, because the idea of imagining you constantly walking your child to school sounds a little bit like a mixed bag. Although it is also possibility. It is also a possibility that you walk your child to school. And hear me out. Here's another presumption that I'm making, that you're actually, you don't homeschool your child, and that your child actually goes to a public school, like a school with other children. So based on a lot of the things that I've learned about you, that you shared about, it is unlikely that you are homeschooling your child. That's also another presumption that I'm making, which is involved in the whole like having a car dealy. And knowing that you drive somewhere, like to work, does not exclude if you work at home from time to time. In fact, I've met quite a lot of people who it's sufficient enough in this frequency to be like remote workers nowadays, as well as those who travel all the time and they don't actually have a nest that they tend to stay with. And those people are without children. As I said, it's just for fun. Presumptions are fine, of course. I know. Yeah. And it's fun knowing if you're wrong, much like making mistakes. It's fun to see how if it checks out or if it doesn't, because if it doesn't check out, I'm even more intrigued. It's kind of like going into a store and realizing the store is not what you expected. And hear me out here. I don't believe someone finds that fun unless they actually walk into stores and take chances. So like if you're someone who speaks like someone who looks outside and it's like, oh, that could be fun, and then walk off, then I don't think we're in the same agreement. It's not fun unless you take the dive into the store. So from time to time, I walk into a store, even though I think I know what the store is. Like, it smells like a bakery, it looks like a bakery, it certainly sounds like a bakery. I walked in and found out it was more than a bakery. Right. Interesting stuff. Right. Yeah. Well, on the surface though, I don't have any. I don't want to sound pedantic, so most of the time, I tend to say, yeah, that is an assumption I make. But presumptions and assumptions are predicated on two different things, but the readout is very similar. Like, what I mean is the focusing on the end results is very similar, right? In some way, shape, or form, someone is making a deduction. One is predicated on evidence, and one an observation, and one is predicated on no evidence. So the likelihood of me making an assumption about you, it becomes less and less likely, largely due to the nature that we've already talked quite many times. It's very different when you're like a streamer and the person says something about you and it can't be anything other than an assumption, right? Like, dude, you're not learning Japanese. Like, if they say that because I'm using Duolingo, it can't be anything other than an assumption because I have no evidence, nor do they have evidence. Now, hear me out. I no longer do that anymore because I post almost all of these videos online. Now, the question is, how often do people presume things about me based on what they see online? Well, there are very easy, low-hanging fruit assumptions, and then more interesting presumptions that I ask about. One low-hanging assumption is that this is day 19 of WaniKani, so therefore I can't possibly know more Japanese than 19 days worth of WaniKani. That's an assumption. It's not a presumption. There is ample sufficient evidence existing that would allow this person to presume something else. The likelihood is not that, and it's not even based on me, right? Like, there's ample anecdotal information about other people who learn Japanese. Even beyond that observation, it is a very fallacious assumption to make that someone only knows Japanese off one thing. Now, it could be a risky presumption if that person says, oh, well, I've been surrounded by people who only use one thing. I'm like, oh, that's interesting. Tell me more about that, because then that means my presumption about you is incorrect, right? Turns out you are a very special case where your reality is that you think language learners only use one tool, right? Or there are many parents that are reasonable. FYI, your kid is officially homeschooled out of the public system, but does attend a private school with other kids, so you were correct. Yeah, so what I mean by that is when I say public school system, right? Public school system, I didn't want to use it in the sense of public versus private, because I meant public as in it's, which is why I said it's public as in your daughter gets a chance to interact with someone else, like a kid, as opposed to only interacting with you. And public and private schools are also a thing in the United States, so that's why I wanted to make that clarification, because there are private schools and public schools, but they are both public as in the thing that you get to interact with other people. So that is why I wanted to get ahead of that and qualify that when I mean public, I mean your daughter gets a chance to be in public, which is nice to me personally. I like the idea. And private school, this is going to be I'm going to be transparent about this. I like the idea of private schools as an option for parents, right? My background was I went to public school, like a public school system. So it's standardized for the state itself, from elementary school to high school. When I went to a university and graduate school, they were private institutions. They were not public institutions. And I quite like that too. So I won't ever be able to know what it's like to be in a private school growing up. So the closest experiences I have are vicarious experiences from other people. Personally, I don't have any friends that grew up in a public school. So I mean, a private school. So it can be very difficult for me to even make commentary on private school. So there was a chance that your daughter would have went to a private school, largely because I'm inexperienced. I have no idea what it's like to be there. I would have to ask more about like your dynamics or something with it. But it sounds like you would allow, as my presumptions go, you would allow your daughter to interact with other kids of her age. That's my presumption about your box. Obviously, I know very little about your daughter. It would be very bold to suggest that your daughter at this age has assumed a lot of your personality, largely due to how loving you are and close with your daughter. However, maybe when your daughter is a lot older, say 18 or 20, and you still have an amicable relationship with your daughter, it's highly likely that your daughter will inherit, as in like, not inherit genetically, but metaphorically and exposition a lot of your qualities because you're close to your daughter. Like I am most definitely my father's son. My father would do the things that I do now if he was out of place out of time, right? If he hadn't, the likelihood is that because my father was a very pivotal observational person in my life, I was a loner when I was a kid. So rarely was I influenced by, even though I went to public school, there are very few influences in my life outside of my parents, and my father figure was around. So it's pretty interesting. One thing, I know this might be a little personal, but one thing is, I have been curious is about a missus, right? Which I haven't really indirectly or directly asked about. But it sounds like your daughter has quite a lot of attention from you, so that's why I feel it's very humbling and a great wholesome point that you're able to talk about your daughter and talk about nice things about interacting with your child. I think over the years, it's fascinating. Maybe it's a confirmation bias. Whenever I reach a point where someone talks about their family, they often are those people who stay long enough that know me, that when they talk about their family, it's incredibly wholesome. So I might have this selective bias at this point, thinking that if someone is able to talk long enough with me that they end up talking about their children, I make presumptions about having amicable and specific trends. So yes, you are in fact in a box right now when it comes to what I suspect or presume about parents that love their children. Now, there are things that I don't want that in that box, right? Like parents who consistently yell at their child, right? So boxes work pretty well in that case. Like I'm not presuming like, oh wait, maybe there's a chance this person just completely hands off, like they just let their child do whatever, maybe even like go on TikTok and Facebook nonstop and then watch them take most of their familial advices from a influencer, that kind of thing, right? Boxes protect against that. You do have a wife who is your daughter's mother, and we live together with our cat. Aw, you also have a cat. That checks the box. No dog, huh? No dog. I tend to talk less about her simply because I'm unsure how much she would like it. Absolutely. Absolutely. And hear me out. I didn't try to ask you about your significant other, largely because I don't know what the dynamics of your family are, because some people like to keep them separate. Like, I don't have anyone immediate, but I do occasionally talk about my sister, like, at arm's length. And my parents, what would they say? They would say a very Chinese thing. I know this is a box thing, but they would say something like, I don't know, what the heck, I'm like 60 plus, I'm a senior citizen, I don't care what you say about me. That's probably what they say. They're like, oh yeah, you know, we're too old to be worried about that. It's like, it's okay, you can say whatever. Like, it obviously, the trust is full multifaceted. They know that I would probably say something not like that would indicate some sort of falsehood or something. It's like, guys, I'm sorry, but my parents, my father has survived. Like, no, there's no reason to sell up or sell sell out my parents or something like that. At least there's likely to be a different family dynamic. So you have a cat, huh? What would I'm trying to think of what would you name the cat. And I will return your comment from earlier. I will not be offended by questions if too personal to share. I will simply say so and not be offended. Exactly. I will too. It's very uncommon for me at the moment, largely because I'm not protecting anybody but myself, right? And I have said it a couple times. Individuals who it's funny because, hear me out. I got one last thing before we hop into this crazy day of WaniKani. For me, I think most of the time people ask me what they think are personal questions, and they're not personal questions. But the things that they don't think are personal questions, I tend to refrain from saying. I'll give you an example. People ask me, what do I do to make money? Or like, how do I stream without an active income? And my response is usually passive income. It is what that is. But basically, I have passive income. I saved a lot of money, and that's it. I can't actually divulge that type of due to, like, vulnerabilities, right? So that ends up being a bit personal, which most people nowadays, at least from the internet interactions I have anecdotally, they think that's the most obvious things. Like, that's the most obvious things to disclose, as in you should always know that from about other people. Like, well, okay. And then the more personal things that they would ask is, am I married? And the answer is no. Or like, do I have children? I don't. Right. Or something else. Do you feel unhappy with your lifestyle? Or something. And those things are fine. Like, although people don't engage in that type of conversation online and whatnot. And I almost feel like those are the important things that people need, in my opinion, to get used to talking about. And not necessarily like in a crazy, vulnerable way, but normalizing some of that. Because I think stats and numbers and whatnot is kind of humorous, that I don't view it in that way. like, oh yeah, what was your what you call it, how many years have you worked with your boss? What's your boss's name? It's like, well, that's personal. As in, like, the personal thing is that it is other people's information that happens to be related to me. So much like you, I tend not to disclose other people's information. You can ask me about me, but not others. And when it comes to like money and stuff, that involves other people. Right? So, it's kind of funny when people talk about here's a last rhetoric. Um when someone says like, "Oh, but it's your money," it's like, well, it's not my money, it's the government's money. Like, what I mean is, you don't own fiat. I know this sounds like a weird excuse to not talk about money, but you own the value. You kind of own the value, but you don't own the. It involves like your banks, your governments, and stuff. This stuff is it goes deep, and depending on who you talk to, that can be a vulnerability, right? So that can be something. But anyways, I talk about other things, like when someone says like, oh yeah, so uh what's what's personal. I guess there's not too many things personal because I don't have another person. Oh yeah, like, have you dated before? For example, have you dated before? And it's like yes or no, because I can't really, so I can't talk to about the other person or all the other previous people specifically. I'm not entitled to that. It's a two body problem or a multi body problem. However, I can tell you how I felt about it. Right? That's weird. I don't know. I'm glad to hear that you're a loving, you have a loving family. I it's refreshing to hear people who have loving families. I think most of the time I spend most of the time talking about how I talk to younger people who have a estranged relationship with their parents. With those caveats in mind, I'll try and throw a couple of questions at you once in a while, in addition to a frequent Japanese language related question, of course. Fair enough. It's perfectly all right. In my opinion, it gives me an opportunity to have a reason to talk about myself. I don't default about talking about myself, though. Gecko, you don't happen to be a person. This is more of a question because I'm awfully curious. You don't happen to be a person um, who grew up having the propensity of not wanting to talk about yourself on an account of it could be potentially misconstrued as being boastful or arrogant or overconfident, and yet you've come to terms with that because it's a necessary behavioral response when you're, working and talking to others. Like, you have to encounter the ability or work on the ability to express to other people, because then the irony here is that in order to mitigate any potential presumptions about you, you have to be able to express yourself as well. So, at least in my opinion, for myself growing up, as a personal share, I am far more expressive than I have been when I was growing up. I had zero forms of expression. The idea is if you do good work, people will notice. And for myself in the United States, um, it's not necessarily solely or even driven by specifically only the merits that people can observe, because not everyone can observe all the merits. It's funny I say that now because I'm recording and streaming all of this stuff. It can speak for itself in a way. However, being able to communicate your thoughts and expression, like through language learning, is required. It's another skill. So whenever I emphasize on interpersonal skills, you could kind of say it's a compensation for my lack of communication skills when I was younger. And there is a chance it might be an overcompensation. We'll find out. I was not this person until I've come to the reality that the most marketable skill when it comes to someone who likes to interact with another person or get to know other people so that they don't have to take gambles about other people is to ironically be good at talking. Right? And of course, those who talk a lot are very different from those who are skilled at talking. You don't know? I feel like it might have been the other way around. You used to show off, so to speak. Oh, interesting. Because you felt smarter than most. I feel like I'm much more humble, reserved now. Possibly overcorrecting. Intriguing. Very intriguing. So maybe we're meeting in the middle. It was a 50-50 coin toss. Interesting. So you were like, for me, yeah, we might have been opposites. So for me, I was worried to stick out, right? Like sticking out can be boastful and arrogant. However, I learned over the course of my life that you can be humble while being able to express your aptitude, right? It becomes a balance in that. And yeah, it does sound like we're both doing the opposite and we're meeting in the middle right now. That's kind of funny. Oh, then I may have a lot to learn or experience from your journey on how one become more humble and reserved, and potentially we might be able to moderate each other. I'm the opposite now, where I think I have a habit of overemphasizing expression, right? To the point where I actually find if someone wants to show off, please show off. Like I want to see you show off. Largely, and hear me out, it's a response to the internet. So my concerns now is ironically, or maybe coincidentally, that people do not do that anymore online. So like kids are not encouraged to be a bit prideful and individualistic thinking, as in it pains me to say how they don't think they can contribute or do something original, or it's often not worth trying anyways. And the hard disappointment is dispelling the idea that it's not worth trying to be standoffish. As in, if you ask someone, oh, you like music? It's like, why don't you go and play music? It's like, oh, well, you know, I'm not as good as everyone else. I'm like, okay, but you could be different than everyone else, right? It's like, no, you know, there's all sorts of music. There's people, there's so many people who make music now. Like, okay, so you think you're good at music and you like to do music, but you have decided to deprive yourself of working towards this because you have no confidence, right? Confidence or self-esteem to want to do this, or want this enough that it overcomes your insecurity on trying to do something, right? And to me, maybe my overcompensation is largely because I grew up knowing that it's a balance between the two. Like, if you do not want to pursue things that you want to do and constantly rationalize what other people are doing, it's difficult to understand if you enjoy or like the things you're doing, right? In the middle is probably where we want to end up. I assume, yeah, at least my assumptions are that this is something I do assume. The thing about the human condition is, in every selective point in time, one can be a different place, right? A different place. You can be very agreeable in a place. You can be very disagreeable in another place. Overall, in a human's lifespan, humans are dynamic enough where they can negotiate back and forth, in my opinion. However, if a human decides to stay and practice one very specific thing, they are prone to, by logic, at least I think this is logical, that they're prone to solve problems, view things in a very specific way, as opposed to, a tentative case by case thing. This is a naive assumption that I'm making, possibly because, maybe in the future science will delineate the difference between what motivates someone to pre-selectively act only in a certain way and versus a certain way. For now, I like to think that people choose times when they are disagreeable, times when they are agreeable. If you're consistently always being disagreeable, you're less likely to approach anything agreeable, or you find the discomfort and all the barriers in being agreeable largely because you don't practice it. I don't necessarily believe people are born disagreeable or agreeable. It's through the life process, like the whole life process, that allows them to wager how they approach things. And that is where I deduce most of my presumptions on people's behavior, right? If you spend a lot of time doing these things, you can get a little bit accurate. I would say my success rate is pretty okay. I usually collect a lot of information though, like indirectly through questions and stuff prior to it. And I only make presumptions that I would say I'm more than a 50-50 chance. Yeah, with that mentality, you would never try to pick up any skills past the age of 10 because you feel you will most likely never be the best at it. Yep, exactly. And you know what's really, really, what is so disappointing to me? And I'm not meaning disappointing as in, they disappointed me because I don't know them. I'm disappointed that this is the case. Like this is what I've observed, like as a trend, like a concept. Now it's even older. It's not even 10 years old. I feel it goes as high as before they leave the nest. And in the United States, people don't leave the nest until much later now. So you can get as old as 25 years old. I think 26 or 25 is the legal age where dependency ends in the United States. So then that kind of obligates a positional transition where the minor must go and confront like a career choice or a skill building choice mandatorily. So it goes as high as that now. It's to a point where it's tough hearing someone who's older than 20 say that they're going to college and university, and you ask them, do you have a clearer and clearer understanding of maybe something you like, something you see yourself doing, even though it's not like it's something you can make it work, that kind of thing? Rarely that's the case. Even if it's not going to end up that way, right? For example, 18, I was out the door. Actually, when I was 13, I was already out. I was already contemplating, and I'm using myself as anecdote, so I'm not a representative of all Americans. For myself, 18, I was out the door. I thought I was going to become a medical doctor. It didn't become that way, but what the act of doing that allowed me to discover where I want to go, right? I reevaluate, I keep going. I reevaluate, I keep going. I didn't say to myself, because it didn't exist yet. I didn't, right? Because this is pre-internet or pre-this internet. I didn't say to myself, oh yeah, man, this doctor is making millions. There's no way I can be better than that. Maybe I should reconsider going to college to be a medical doctor. Like, I'm not even that good, right? Like, the problem is you can kind of see things if you're good or not. It is, for lack of a better word, incredibly arrogant to think that you know how it's going to turn out by seeing someone else's life. right? And I think, hear me out, it's also it's arguably, it's debatably irresponsible for adults to profiteer by insinuating and conditioning younger kids unintentionally, but still negligent, partially negligent, to give kids the impression that it's not worth trying something unless it's their product. And then normalizing the idea that they have all the predictive power by knowing something, and that's sufficient to make decision based on it, right? Like, for example, oh, if you don't take my program, then you're going to fail becoming fluent in Japanese. They don't actually say that. It makes it sound like that unintentionally, because in my opinion, most of the content is based on FOMO. It's based on fear. Like, this is the best kept secret in the world. If you, for a low cost of $30 or subscribing and watching me do these things, you won't miss out on the best kept secrets and the most efficient way to learn Japanese. It's unintentional, right? The person might actually believe that they have the most efficient, best kept secret to learning Japanese. That's what they believe. That doesn't stop someone who is potentially young and inexperienced believing that if they follow, I don't know, their series of videos or something, that they become fluent, and if they don't, then they're a failure and they can't become fluent in Japanese in any other way. It's an unintentional consequence. I'm saying it's an unintentional consequence, largely due to the nature that your world shrinks immediately because of how efficient algorithm is, right? You watch this person's video and this whole person's now viewpoint has consumed your life. And then everyone who's related to this person's video and viewpoints will also show up on your algorithm. And what else could you believe, right? If you're not as good as this super exceptional drummer, you might as well not pick up a set of drums anyways. I kid you not, someone told me that if your goal is not to become fluent in Japanese, why are you even bother learning Japanese in the first place? Think about that for a moment, right? Like, obviously, I don't think Gecko, you have to think about it. I'm like figuratively talking to my other self. Like, think about it for a moment. In how could someone come to a conclusion that I need to be fluent or become fluent in Japanese or don't try at all, right? Like, what do I have to gain for doing something that I can't be the best in? What do I have to gain from using WaniKani when I already know more than 800 kanji? Well, I like to believe we're gonna eventually get to that. But this is a really important topic to me. It's something I'll probably talk about in the review of Duolingo Japanese and Chinese. I've been working on this essay and these talking topics for the last 2 weeks. So I'm basically practicing with you at the moment on these. I'll be honest, when I started Kaja, I had no idea what I was looking for. I sometimes envy people who appear to have a clear-cut passion drive that they seemingly simply needed to follow. Yeah. I trust my parents conditionally, right? I trust my parents unconditionally. Unconditionally, I trust my parents. I followed that. However, they did not impart their will on me to the point where like, oh, so now you're an independent thinker. Like, here's something my parents could have done. My parents could have said, I go to college, like, don't listen to all the other kids. Listen to us. We know what's good for you. right? So if you get influenced by other kids and you start thinking about other things and other possibilities, remember that the only useful path is this path, right? That's a whole different story. So I couldn't relate to people who are clear cut in the sense that they know it's going to happen, right? I was clear cut because I knew there was something I can work towards that ultimately might not be the thing that I will reach at the end. Would I know that I would be here today at the age almost 38? I'm almost 38 now, doing this post doctorally past a PhD in biology. I didn't. The nice thing about what I'm suggesting here from my life story is I had tentative goals. I had a larger goal, but that larger goal is consistently moving. It drives me to keep on going wherever I'm going. The immediate goals are the ones that I can work towards and see and fetch and have some predictability and consistency, right? That's presumptions. The far goal is like, I don't know what that looks like, but it's going to be awesome. I'm just saying. Like, you might be thinking, well, awesome is a prediction. It's like, well, the idea is that as long as I keep moving forward, oh man, this sounds like Attack on Titans. And that could lead to a very bad situation or like a very bad connotation. What I mean is, you keep moving forward, right? Oh, I can't wait to see. I'm watching the last like 2 hour special of Attack on Titan, and Aaron Yeager says keep moving forward, but it's taking out of context. Or what I mean is it needs to be in context because every one of those characters have a different version of keep moving forward towards a goal that may or may not be unattainable. But what it is that all the characters follow through or attempt to follow through in their entire conviction, right? And one could say some people are right, some people are wrong. What was the outcome? I don't know yet. By the way, I don't know. I haven't seen the end yet. I'm watching the end. The idea is all those people are so driven. They live their life. They're fully committed to the thing. And yeah, it creates chaos. It can create things. And that's the thing of human nature. It's messy, but it's also something worth living, at least in my opinion. Right? Yes, that's a wild thing. On the contrary, I feel language learning is such a perfect example where minimum skills can already feel rewarding. Exactly. And you know what's even more? I haven't used this analogy in a while, so that's kind of a nice take on it. Eating is something basic that people skip. So yesterday I went on that digression about like, well, that's interesting how you would skip basics and you don't need to practice basics, right? Because it's kind of like high school and middle school and stuff, and where the basics you learn in elementary, middle school, and high school no longer applies because it's like a continuum. It's a series, right? You don't go backwards. Your progress don't go backwards. Well, the progress is kind of loopy, right? It's very loopy. So language learning is really close to a life skill, right? It's really close to a life skill, and the life skill is your primary language, for example. So if you learn another target language, one of the telltale signs of someone who is constantly maintaining their skills, like how they view skills and whatnot, is the idea that they would revisit all their current skills, because the minimum skills can feel rewarding largely because these skills are part of your foundation. And finding interest in them can really improve one's lifestyle, in my opinion, have potential to improve one's lifestyle. And when you're talking about eating these days, it's almost like an optional skill, like language learning, right? So we'll probably talk about that another time anyways. In any case, I'll stop distracting you for a bit. As interesting as the distraction and questions might be, as you might guess, it's bedtime. Yeah, I figured tomorrow's Sunday, no work. Before you go to bed, may I ask, What is something that you would do on a no work day? Pokemon? Again? I should watch some Pokemon programs. I don't actually know what Pokemon programs are like anymore. I'm obviously gonna watch Vinland Saga 1 again, and then Vinland Saga 2 after this, and then the one program that Blair mentioned in the same session. But what is that like? And we'll talk about this another time. I really look forward to our discussions. Actually, sometimes I almost feel like I want to get on earlier. you're you're an indirect motivation to get on earlier to come up with more stories. And that's why that's fantastic. It gives a second motivation. I have pocket stories, so yeah. No work on Sundays. Well, at least I know that Belgians take. No, I'm kidding. You have days off. That sounds weird, but my like parents don't take day offs a lot of times. Only recently did they take day offs. such a weird, such a weird thought that you have to think about whether a day off is applicable to someone in these in this day and age. Anyways, all right, I'm gonna start this. Okay. What was this error? Oh, muy bien, car. Okay. No work day is usually a mixed house chores, adult stuff to do, and family time, either at home or outings. Tonight we ate with your wife, daughter, and your dad, who came by from France to visit. Oh, your dad is, right. My parents are older. That's awesome that your dad can still be part of your daughter's life. We had a different arrangement. We'll talk about that in the future. I think that's a really interesting topic to investigate. In my experience back in my day, I got a really wonderful chance to meet other people's grandparents. A lot. My grandparents lived in Hong Kong and China, so they could only visit like once in a blue moon. And since then, we've already passed that age where most of my grandparents have passed on. So it's an interesting vicarious experience to talk about other people and their relationship with their parents while they themselves also have children. Your dad is Belgian, expatriated in France. So that's where the French thing comes from. Intriguing. All right, I won't keep you. But thanks for keeping me company while I'm digressing. That's such an interesting coffee talk. Yeah, I didn't know my grandparents very well. For the time that I did, I have a few stories with my father's father. A little less of my father's mother. I mean, my mother's father. And then much less of either of my parents' my grandmother's. All right, let's get to start. Okay. This is... Which read are we using for this? Oh. Yeah. And I didn't get a chance to ask you about your Kaniwani experience. Like, how you're going about Kaniwani. So we'll talk about that another time. Because I'm actually very curious how it works. For someone with a lot of WaniKani experience. Okay, so Ko. What's the mnemonic for this? Oh, you knocked out a kid? Ugh. This one's a little dark. Deru. Or not Deru. Deru? Oh, yeah. To exit the dead room, right? Dead room. All right, I totally forgot what I was gonna. I need to come up with a. I need to come up with a clear-cut way to remind myself which ones I don't require the mnemonic temporarily. I think this is one of them. We'll say plus and minus, right? Plus and minus seems okay. um plus 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 whoops plus 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 that's fine too. Hitobito. Oh, I could just say the read and the meanings without saying anything. That could work too. I should practice speaking these in some way, shape, or form. Emphasize. I'll read the reads and I'll say the meaning is a plus. That might be okay. Plus. Oh, this one maybe not so. Mitsu. Mitsu plus. Not plus. This is minus. Yoka. Plus. Sort of. Half. Yeah, that doesn't work. It doesn't work as quickly. Fan. Child. Fire. Oh. Whoops. One. This is a number. Plus plus. Plus. Nanoka. Nanoka. Plus. Plus. Oops. Typing is a little rough on this one. This is a plus. Plus. Not so much on this one. Yeah, this one is actually pretty weak. So oh no, wait. Oh, this is a plus. What am I talking about? I'm thinking of something. Oh. Oh. I defaulted back to sword. Dang it. I keep defaulting back to sword because I'm. No, that's not a plus because I don't actually remember what it is. I typed sword, by the way, on the side. That's what threw me down the thing. What is that? I don't actually know. Oh, it's Chikara. Yeah, that's not a plus. I need to think a little bit longer. A lot longer. Chikara. Chikara. This is from the apprentice. This is from the first set, right? Yeah. So Chikara. That's unfortunate. It's okay. I actually typed sword, which was a problem. I was telling myself it's not sword, and then I typed sword. And then I was thinking about yesterday's lesson. So, well, that's still probably a typical thing. This was yesterday's, right? Moika. Kun? Kun? Oops. Oops. Gotta read. Gotta read. The meanings are, I think the meanings are generally plus. Most of the meanings are generally plus. So I won't talk about the meanings too much. We're just focusing on distinguishing between kun and on. It's probably my experiment right now. Yeah. Yeah. I was gonna type yeah. Yeah. Yes, this is the kanji rate. Oketsukatsu on. Numbers. So special case. Right? Special case. Usage is also special case. Wait. Can I say last evening or evening? Oh, okay. Yeah, last night. Alternative evening, not last evening. Interesting. Last night and evening are slightly different. That's okay. Wait, does this still mean power? And strength and ability? Yes. It's a pass, pass, pass. 3 sets of passes. Ah, I keep typing that incorrectly. I should write a note about that too. Polka. Alright. Oh, that got downgraded to an apprentice. Okay. That's fine. Gives me more opportunity, right? It'll come up more often now. Trust the SRS. Oops. Suitachi. Right, Suitachi. Am I going with moon or month on this? Okay. Hachi. which is kun, apparently. I think this is a pass, right? What was the mnemonic for this one? So we'll write this one down too. Longer than average. I don't remember. Oh. Oh, dang it, it's Yatsu. That's right, the yachts. Okay. Can you advance, please? So far, I'm seeing a problem. I'm being distracted by what I need to remember from WaniKani versus what I already know. So if I didn't think about the mnemonics or anything, I would have known it's Yatsu just by counting up. So like if I went from, right, if I started just counting up, hitotsu, futatsu, mitsu, right, yotsu, itsutsu, right, mutsu, yatsu, oh no, not nano, not nanos, nanatsu, yatsu. If I counted up, we would still get it. But then I tried to think of what the mnemonic was, and then I got it confused with another one. So passing things is not the greatest. We're not going to try to do that too often. I think those things need to be broken up. Counters need to be broken up in a different way for myself. Fluidscape. Or mon. Hito. Whoops. Oh, no, that's fine. Body. Oh, it looks like part of the review is not. Oh, I think we might. We're probably level here because I did the digression early so that we'll get past the 8 o'clock mark by the time we're done. Actually, what time is it? Oh, it's already 9, so. We can just use katana. Oh, I see things from yesterday. Yeah. This is apparently Kun. Tama. On. You. Ah, not you. That's the left. That's that's fine. Okay, so I can't say On and Kun in the same thought as Reed at the moment. Not at the moment. Oju. I. Sa. Oh. This is two together, says Onyomi. So Joshi. Joshi. I. Whoops. I do. Oops. Told you. Ah! Need to spell it out. Okay. That felt a little weird. Okay. Oh. This is the one that I was thinking of. Iki and No. I should have checked for the second thing, because that hasn't used the second thing in a while. I'll check later. Oh, I already wrote it down, so it's fine. Wait. Oh, that's fine. How did they explain that one? Oh. Onyomi. Onyomi, because it's a double. Goal. Right. Oops. It's Onyomi because number, special case. That was the spark for yesterday's digression. Itsu? I eat? Itsu? I kind of like this pun. It's hard to unhear Itsu. Concatenated. So we use kun there, right? Or no, we use on there. Actually, no. I need to I need to get familiar with what happens when you use no or a modifier or something like that. I'll double check. Double check. Onna noko. Okay. Small cheeses, chisai. Nakanaka. Wait, did this change? Oh no. Oh yeah, it did. 2 cheeses. Tsuchi. Tsuchi. So yeah, mnemonics for the newer batches important. So I have to distinguish between newer batches and older ones. So I'm gonna need to shortcut to delegate that in the future. Yeah. Whoops. Ah! Sorry. What was this for? Naka... Oh, knocker. Knocker within the door. Inside the walls, I mean. Inside the door. Walls. Ew. That's what I got mixed up with. And... On... What was Itsuka? What was the mnemonic for this? Itsuka. Oh, heckin' eat cars. I don't know about that one. I think we might end up giving a ceremonial pass. Da 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 da. Oh no, we keep shoving more and more later. I guess we will be okay with that. So what I do here, we're going straight into the stuff. Okay, not all of them, but definitely some of them. These are the ones that I noticed yesterday when I was spoiling the list. So let's get to it. It's actually not that big. Not as big. I thought like 90% of these were gonna be on one. Okay, so let's go and let's learn some stuff. Queen. Oh, female and king put together. Or woman and king. Nice. The woman king is a queen. You know it because the woman who comes before the king must be the queen. Imagine this woman in front leading the king around. Only a queen could do that. For a technical explanation, just remember that when a word consists of 2 kanji, the first kanji often modifies the second. In this case, okay. In this case, female modifies king, making it a woman king, aka the queen. And then this is 2 kanji put together. So we're going to do Jo.
女王
Jo.
女王
Yeah, Jo. Yep. This is is a jukugo. So jukugo, which usually means onyomi, if you know, right? The queen is named Joanne, or Jo for short, and she's always joking. Hey, wait a minute. Jo King? Oh, okay. Joking. Haha, haha, joking. High school barbarian, huh? Thank you for reminding me that you're a bot and reminding me I'm live on Twitch. Thank you. Get it? When you think of the queen, just remember how much she loves joking. Yeah, but it's like joking, which makes sense because king is all. Yeah.
女王
Jo. Queen bee. Does that really say Bachi? Wow. Adi for aunt. For aunt. Well, Adi. Interesting. Necklace. Bestseller. Oh no. Besto Sera. Sera. Besto Sera. Pen pals. What do you have for pen pals? Elizabeth. 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 Jo とは、50年もペンあるでした。Okay. Fair enough. Spoon? Okay, I can kind of see a spoon. Well, a spoon that's been bent a little by your angry person as or a psychic. Go grab a spoon and try to bend it into this shape. Then hold on to it so you'll never forget that this is a spoon radical. Fair enough. I can get behind spoon. Kita hana change. Okay. May. So May makes sense. 5th month, right? Gogatsu. The moon kanji. Right. That word be May, the greatest month of the year, because it has a towel day in it. So when you have 5 of these months, what month of the year is it? That would be May. Because it has towel day in it. Didn't think of it that way. So, 5月.
5月
5月
Right. Since it's two kanjis, we use onyomi, right? So, 5月. May is when you and your buddies get together to get Godzilla guts. Oh, I see. They combine the guts from Gitsu and Gutsu. Oh, to make sure that you get Gatsu instead of Gitsu. I see. Go guts. I see. You go hunting for Godzilla just for its delicious guts and then eat them with your friends? Okay, that's getting a little crazy, Ko. Golden Week in May. Oh no. Go to dang. Go to what the heck? Go to this writer knows nothing of Japan. They know a lot about Japan. Probably more than you, Hideyoshi. But that would be very presumptuous. I don't think you understand how mnemonics work. Like you don't understand anything about this person yet. That would be a very ripe rot with malicious logic. Goru. Bean. Goru Bane. Oh, Goru. Oh, Den. Goru. Wait. Yes, Goru Den. Gosh. Carp-shaped streamers. Wait, carp-shaped streamers used in May. Oh, those streamers. Yeah. What is there koi? Yeah, koi. Koi no bari. Bori. Koi no bori. Interesting. That's pretty good. 5月1日にニューヨーク米帰りました。Planning to propose on Mount Fuji in May? Dang. 5月に富士山でプロポーズする、つまりなんです。つもりなんです。Okay, so 6 moons. What do you have to say about the 6th month? Since the kanji moon, since the right means moon or month. What is the 6th month? Oh, okay. There's just going with the flow here. Right. 6月.
6月
6月. Has 2 onyomi readings, but it's always gatsu, yeah. Rokugatsu. June always gives you rock guts. In June, your guts mysteriously become as hard as rocks, which makes for terrible indigestion. Right. Rokugatsu. Alright. Dates. America. Wedding. Oh no. Wedding. Season. Oh my gosh. That's hilarious. Alright. We don't have enough other things where they can replace the use of katakana yet. Winter. Winter. Slightly different from winter. Interesting. This radical looks like the evening radical that was closed. Oh yeah, it's extra long stroke. Oh, that's actually a pretty great one to look at it. That's because evenings are long in the winter. It gets dark super early. I like it. It can also be slightly connected with dark. A long evenings. That's a good one. I connected it with the evening radical. Yeah, the winter. Uyu. Huh. Muki. There's yeah. I'm like, oh yeah, and then you can connect it with night. Neat. I see what the difference. Okay, so I think we're fine, right? Yeah. Okay. Rock Rock guts. Okay. All right. Get our next lesson. N as a counter. Yes. Since N is quantity, N is just N. So if you know this, you know the other, right? Yes.
N.
N.
N. Got some N's. Doresu. Gozen. Gosen. Gosen and deshita. At this rate, what do you have for rate, man? Okay. Nothing out of the ordinary. Nope. Senen. Yeah. So there are two, so they're both onyomi, and we already know both the onyomi, right? Senen. Say
1000円
1000円
that's interesting how this person says that.
1000円
Yeah, I'm more aligned with Kenichi here. Senyen. That's interesting. Senyen. Pay, receive, so right. Yeah, harau, ageru, morau. What else we got here? Denise? What does cost? Oh, cost. Costo. What about... Yes, I see Deiza. Oh, what about lunch set? Nanchi. Oh my gosh, Nanchi set though. Alright, alright. Dry. Interesting. You have it's like a drying rack. You have two on a stick. Two what? Well, you can't tell because they're too dry. Are you serious? Alright, fine. Someone do something on this stick too dry, but they seem to have left them out for way too long. Was it meat, fish, cucumbers? You have no clue. But they're two very dry something, that's for sure. Interesting. I guess that remembers the two strokes on a stick. But it kind of looks like a telephone pole or a drying rack. That doesn't get you closer to the two stick. That's fine. You try. Glimpse. Right. That would be the onyomi. Go. Un. Hey. Oh, like heijitsu. Interesting. Is this loan words you may hear, or are they honestly using a loan words this liberally? They're using loan words because you haven't found the Japanese words for them yet. So they're avoiding using words that you have yet to learn by using it katakana in its spot. I don't think all the words are used because they're used that way. But you expected to know your katakana before you used WaniKani. Let's see. So leaf and sword, I see it. Intriguing. I didn't think of it as a leaf and sword, but that's neat. Interesting. Mon. You can cut the leaf with your sword into 10,000 pieces. If you get to 10,000 different pieces, then that means your sword is absolutely perfect. If your sword dulls before you get to 10,000, you have to throw it away. I see. So you throw away some of the sword to get to 10,000. No, if you get to 10,000 different pieces, then that means your sword is absolutely perfect. But not all of sword is retained there. Some part of the sword is missing. Interesting. So we have Man and Ban. Now that you have 10,000 pieces of tiny leaf paper, you decide to turn into a manga. Each little leaf piece will become a panel. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Here's a glimpse. Ichiman. Niman. And Jumon. These are all Oyomi because of numbers. And they're all also Kufuko. Why do I keep forgetting Fukuko? Yeah, Fukuko. Okay. Heaven, which is heaven, so it's a pass. Yes, exactly the same. And because it's standalone. Oh, interesting. No, but this is an exception. Oh, the kanji that makes this where it only has one important reading though, and that's interesting. Since you learned the onyomi. Oh, okay. I'm like, wait a minute.
天
Teng.
Another exception. A divine message from heaven. Oh, it's get interesting. Let's get blessing. Megumi. Oh, interesting. And Tsukai. Ten no Tsukai. What do we have for message? What are you using for message here? Messagey, of course. Here's 10. Here's Kito, probably. Here's probably again Kito. たくさんの人がいるんでしょう。あの犬、おっと、天の使いだ、and must happen. Oh, yeah. Okay. So this one's a little bit rough. So what? Dry because of two things being dried. Leaf sword with a bit of the handle chopped off. And heaven, huh? Heaven's just heaven. Oh, and heaven's an exception as well. Okay. Oh. Wait. Uh-oh. Did I skip the read? Oh no, wait, did I skip the read on this? I think I might have skipped the read on this. Oh no, I didn't skip the read on this. It's fine. What was this? Did they offer a mnemonic for the second thing? No, they didn't. Only important read. That's a weird one. Was this a pass? This was a I almost started typing leaf sword. Okay. Oh, interesting. Heaven and talents. Genius, yeah. You hear this a lot in anime. If heaven has given you talent, you must be a genius. That's fair enough. And then these are, it's a jukugo. It's a jukugo. So we use onyomi. And we have both onyomis. Tensai. Right? Tensai.
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 So we're fine. So the heavens give you talent. You must be a genius. I like that. Hakka. Program. Piano. Pianosto? Interesting. 女の子は、天才だ。I wanted to be called a genius tennis player or something. That sounds like something from a Prince of Tennis episode or something. いつかね? Oh, いつか? Oh. Okay. いつか天才テニスプレイヤーと呼ばれたいです。Interesting, 呼ばれ。Hakka is proper Japanese. Chinese uses Eika. Alright. Sure. That use of word proper. Sono gurida. Man, it's gurida wa magi. Ooh. Magire mo na. Mari. Oh. Nera mo naku tensai da. Wow, so that whole thing, I see. Because it's the coup. Okay. Hey. Standalone. And this happens to be the Kun anyways. Introduced to the Kun, so is the Kun. Kanji hand means hand, yeah, we're just passing it around. It can also refer to the whole arm, yeah. And it's still te because it's a single read. Yep.
Te.
Yep.
Te.
Yeah, we learned a Boom, this was the start of that digression yesterday. To pick up in one's hand. Koru. Yeah. Obtain something, yes. Suru. And to be available to obtain something. Hairu. Interesting. Oh yeah, Teni Hairu. The king. Owa. Owa teo. Teo. Akete. Ohayo. To itta. Raises his good morning. 手をつないでもいい。手をつないでもいい。Interesting. Oh. Yeah. Papaの手は What? 手はもじゃだ。Moja. Oh yeah. Onomatopoeia for Shaggy. Okay. You can definitely see that. Canopy. Albite. This canopy, see the cloth draping down and the little point at the middle holding it up? You could set it under here and enjoy it bright. Alright, canopy. What did I call it? I call it actually one of those, I guess they're kind of canopy. Right? It's like a mesh lining. Right, and then this is the back. It's to protect the sun from hitting the back. Like a sun hat. An extended sun hat. Let's make it a triangle thing. Right? With the flare. That. Draw like a person's head exposed. Right? Canopy, huh? Here's a glimpse of the kanji you will be learning that utilize. Okay. Hiru. Hiro. Not Hiru. Hiro. Guess this is 10. And Iwa sounds too much like kun, so it's something else. Te. Okay. Alright. Inside. Oh, nai. It's probably nai. For the own head and person. Interesting. Your head has a person inside it. And you have no idea how to get them out. They're inside for good and it's freaking you out. As in, there's a little person in there running around controlling your brain. People think you're crazy, but you know better. It's inside there doing evil things. I'm gonna think of Inside Out. I think Inside Out actually works pretty well here. Inside Out as well. Yeah, it's night. Like for example, 10 night. It's 10 plus nai, so it's 2 kanji, so they would use onyomi, so 10 nai inside the store. You know this kanji means inside, so you keep thinking about the person that's inside you running around. You finally discover him and try to take him out, but before you can, he pulls a knife and threatens to cut you if you do anything irrational. Okay, imagine him holding a knife out, threatening to stab your brain. You're in a conundrum here. If you don't take him out, you're in trouble. But if you do try to take him out, he might stab you in the brain with his knife. Try to think a way around the situation, focusing mainly on his knife. I was thinking maybe like nai, as in like please no. So like if someone's in your brain, nai. Just think of nai. The knife. Yeah, a knife. I'll take that. By the end of the year. Ooh, interesting. Is it Nennai? Yeah, Nennai. I don't think Shanai. It's okay, Shazon. And then Shinai. No, Tainai. Oh yeah, Tainai. Oh yeah, that's right. Tainai. Okay, Shinai is something else. Okay. Alright, below unskillful. Oh yeah, Heta. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so we're gonna get the Onyomi for hand here because they're two combined, right? Did we get he? We did not get he either. The one we got was ka so far. So let's scale that at. Think of someone holding out their hand at shoulder level. Anything above that equals skillful. Wait. Think about someone holding out their hand at shoulder level. Right? Oh, I see. So anything above is skillful, anything below is unskillful. I see. Below hand means unskillful. Nice. Adjective. Yeah, heta.
下手
Heta.
Heta. Sometimes kanji has exceptions that are neither. Oh, okay. So that's why. So they're filing it into that. So that's how they distinguish. Okay. So here's a mnemonic to help you. If you're bad at something, you can complain about it. Then you're just a hater. Heta. Don't be a hater. Get better. Oh, then don't be a heta. Get Jozu, right? Get Jozu. We'll see how they. I'm kind of curious if they link mnemonics between their antonyms or not. Okay. To mess up. Yeah. Heta o suru. Yeah. To have things go wrong. Utsu. Okay. Interesting. Not the best at playing the guitar. Guitar wa heta desu ka? Heta desu ka? Piano wa nakanaka nakanaka jozu desu yo. Hey, oh yeah, Jozu is probably what? Jozu is not even Jozu is probably in the next lesson set, which we'll go get into soon. Jozu na yeah, they're both not. I mean, heta. Sorry, heta is a non-adjective. Heta na masaji almost masaji masaji yori instead of okay. Yori spa ni ikitai yo. Okay. 私バナナスムnoバナナグラム That's pretty old school. Bananagrams. バナナグラムが、下手な人とはピートね Oh, デート Yeah, that's a deal. Yeah, デートに行けないのごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめん。Let's see. Okay. So, Evans gives you talents. Owns. We can carry the own, right? Tensai. Standalone. And happens to be the kun. Pass on the meaning. Canopy looks like a canopy, smells like a canopy. We're sticking with canopy. Night, a guy inside. So hito in head, or no, person in head. And unskillful below the hand. I like it. Good one. Yeah, right below a hand. Whoops. Hater, heta. There's only Omi that we know. Knife, right? Knife. Okay. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! There's more. Yeah, Josu's gotta be in the next batch, right? There's Josu. We got advanced lessons. Let's go. More than our daily value of lessons. Always an option. Think of something. Oh, yeah. Anything above you're good at. All right. Skilled and skilled at. Skilled. Yes. Also non-adjective. So Josu. We already know Joe because Joe's toe was discovered above ground, right? And Zoo. Oh, this is a special thing, isn't it? It's a rare reading, so it wasn't included, and we just have to deal with exception like this as we go along. To remember the reading for this, here's a mnemonic. What are you good at? You're really good at taking Joe to the zoo. All right, go zoo. No one else can take Joe to the zoo. He gets mad and throws them into the animal enclosure, but you, Joe, trusts you. Or you could say Joe trusts zoo. But anyways, obviously they could have made a reference to like Nihongo Jozu. The whole like being good at kind of thing. But fair enough. We have Joe returning Joe, right? Anyways, talented person. Jozu na hito. Make sense? Better than average. Jozu na ho. Yeah, that works. Oh my gosh. Jozu na communication. Okay, communication. I mean, that's fair. What are you expecting? Ji ni J. Oh yeah, that does say J, huh? Jenny-san. I saw a bit from this comedian named Jenny, and they were making like a second gen Asian American joke about their parents naming her Jenny. Oh, not second gen American. They're second gen Australian, I think. And every time she was like, why would you name me that? Now every time you say like Jenny, we love you, it sounds like a line from Forrest Gump. That's why I'm laughing. Jenny-san. Ski ga jouzu desu ne. Yeah. Is there? Oh my gosh, Keanu Reeves again. Keanu Reeves, Reeves no monoma. Wait. No ma ne. Oh, wait. What the heck? Interesting. Oh, monomane ga jouzu. Oh, so that's what. Interesting. が上手な人がいませんか? Interesting. Hmm. はじめまして。ね。はじめまして。はじめましてに、日本語、日本語上手ですね。Oh, there it is. There it is, although it's written in kana. Okay. Okay. Writing is still writing. Amazing. By itself, yeah, bun can also mean sentence, especially in grammar, and in senses standing alone, it's something else. Oh no, wait. Was boon? Oh no, when it's, I can't remember. Wait. Eating a bun helps you write better sentence. Wait, was boon and mon? Okay. When they're standing by themselves, I thought they would shift. I'm a little confused here. Just a little bit. I just remember it's boon. That's fine.
文
文
Okay. Oh. I haven't seen this in a while. Nyuroku, right? Nyuroku suru. Nyuroku suru. Skuru. Skuru. Oh, skuru. Right. Skuru. Skuru kaku. It's been a while seeing them written in kana. Buno kaku. Buno kaku no ga jouzu desu ne. Data ya. Oh, data. Oh, and then ya, the conjunction ya. Data ya buno 入力します。入力します。最近。おお、最近。最近は、I don't know how to go with AI. 愛の本家、人々よりも上手な文を書く。AI is better, yeah, sort of better, yeah, better than I see. Okay. What's our new radical? Fingers. Okay. I got you. This looks like the hand radical, but smaller, so that's because it's just the fingers. You got me. You don't always have room for a whole hand to be in kanji, but there's always space for a few fingers. Alright, fair enough. Bun o skuru. Skuru no wa mada da yo. Alright. Let's see you write that. Can you see where the radical fits in? Okay. Oh wait, we actually got both these in. Not these reads though. Yeah, these are the 3 reads that I have not seen. Wait, actually, maybe G. Oh yeah, maybe G. Not either of these though. Okay. Moon is moon. Right. Or month. Ski. Ski when learning, you don't need to learn the mnemonic. So here, wait. Oh yeah, right. It stands alone. So we're doing kun again, with the exception of the last one. How was the last one an exception though? Look up at that big bright moon. You have to open it up and take what's inside. To do that, you're required to have 2 keys. Ski. And they have to turn at the same time. Oh, I see. Imagine you and a friend both turning your keys on the opposite side of the moon to open up the center. Oh, I was just kind of looking at it as a box with 2 latches. Right? There's a keyhole here and a keyhole here. And this can be looked as like a prison or a head. A prison or a head. And then you have 2 keys to unlock it. What's inside? Although then you would lose the moon. You would lose the moon in this analogy. Or this mnemonic. So, alright. Ski. 2 keys. Key. What was the other one that they used? This 2 cheeses. 2 cheeses. Tsuchi. Tsuchi.
月
Ski.
月
月。月。小さいな月。大きな月。綺麗な月。Alright, now that we got that covered. ゆうべは月が綺麗でしたね。その月は日本にいないんです。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。この山の上から見る月は綺麗です。Oh, okay. Just looking. So the moon you see, yeah, from the top of the mountain is beautiful. That's kind of a beautiful sentiment. You know, where we have October, of course. Not to be confused with N. Right, so it's a Juko, so we're just using Ju and Gatsu. It's always Gatsu because Jewel, guts. Alright, I see.
10月
Jugatsu.
10月
In October, your guts magically produce jewels where you collect to make some pretty awesome Halloween costumes. Throw in Halloween on top, that's fair enough. Some dates. 50 years. Oh, Shitaki. Where is that? Shitake. Oh, not Shitaki. That's English. That's a combination of Keikona and Japanese. Shitake. Shitake wa oishii desho. Oh, there's bikini. Bikini works so well with bikini. 10月なの still 10なのにまだ still interesting. So this なの10月なのにまだビキニビキニOkay. What do we have? So above hand, we're fine. Right. Wait, are we fine? Oh no no. This is a special, so it's fine. Special rare read, special rare read. Oh yeah, why is this boon? So there's no comment about that, so that's interesting. So I'll double check on this later. Boon. Ski, that might be an exception. Boon might be an exception. We'll ski 2 keys. And then on the in October, we'd be blinging, bedazzling our costumes with jewels. Bedazzle. Or skillful. I wonder if they worry about capitalization. Oh, maybe I could. No, this links back to the other thing. I gotta go look at the kanji entry. Yo, what was it? Joe. You're good at taking Joe to the zoo. Hang on, I gotta return to dashboard to figure out something here. Kanji 1. Bun. Yeah, interesting. This would be another exception. Intriguing. That's fine. All right. More lessons, more lessons. All right. For once, they might be saying, oh, but this is not the same. Okay. All right. Cycle, first moon, January. Yeah. Ichigatsu. So we just take a ichi, of course. Combine the mnemonics for ichi and gatsu. But gatsu, right? Ichi, guts, that doesn't exist, so gatsu. It's a weird inflection that comes around every January and makes your guts incredibly itchy. Infliction, not inflection. Affliction, sorry, affliction. Probably due to all the overindulgence over the new year.
1月
1月
Whoa.
1月
Dang, that's a mid,
1月
like a blend. Menu. Oh, Fujisan. Seiru. Seiru works. Wedding. What do we have for wedding? No wedding yet. Wedding. Wedding. Wait. Party. Really? Oh, okay. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. Party. Party wa 1月でした。1月はデザイナーとそのミーティングがある。Okay. Oh, there's hotel. Oh. 出ていくことにしたよ。Oh, are we getting 行く? We might be getting 行く. Oh, no, wait. I guess. Oh, no. Sandals is Sandal is Hanza Hero, right? Okay, and then we got Nigatsu. Right? It's not March, it's February. Alright, Nigatsu.
2月
2月
And then a knee in the guts. February is the month when someone gives you a knee into the guts. Still using the same mnemonic for knee. A complete stranger came around each February just to knee you right in the guts. Ouch, that's why February is your least favorite month. You could say you get a proverbial knee in the guts whenever Valentine's Day rolls around, right? Oh, there's Valentine's Day. Valentine Day. Day wa 2月だ、だよ。2月だよ。日本の2月はなかなか寒いでしょう。2月はコートとジャケットのセールがたくさんあります。Yeah, well, there's a lot of sales. Makes sense. It's that time of season. What is this? A window? You call this a window, but you don't. Oh, wait. That's Hansa Hero. I'm getting the two of them mixed up with their mnemonics now. Window. All right. Interesting. It's so weird not seeing the window accompanied with a crown or a hat or something, whatever they're gonna call it. Either crisscross in a pseudo square shape. That's a fancy window, okay? Windows don't have to be straight. Look at that fancy window. That's the frame of a big window you can look out of. It's not perfect shape like a rice field. It's more artistic. That's right, fancy window. That's why this is a window and a rice paddy is not. Okay, fair enough. Haha. Yep. Mai is still Mai. And Umi. Maybe Umi is one of special read? No. Oh yeah, that's right. Kai, like in like Kai Guy. That's right. The closest thing I know about like hi, right? Hi is like Haiguan. Because my mother talked about security checks like the last few days since she returned. Haiguan. Or customs, not really security check. Anding Dianta would be the security check. But Haiguan is custom. Let's see. Water is water. And then since it's a standalone, we gotta learn the kunyomi, which is Mizu. Right. Be sure to always carry water when visiting the Mizu. Oh. I don't know how I feel about that, but I do see what they're going for with the zoo. They're just hamming hard on the zoo for a zoo. Zoo. That's a zoo with rows and rows of cages of me, and I'm thirsty. That's a bit of a stretch, Ko. I don't know how I feel about that.
水
Mizu.
水
Mizu. Mizu no ne? Mizu no chikara? Mizu no nagare. Oh, hey, nagare. I still didn't get the kanji yet, though. Or, this was a Shashinko one, which I didn't actually get to. Shashinko. No DLCs or anything announced for that game. I feel slightly disappointed. Only slightly, but it hasn't been that long. I guess it's been a little over half a year since its release. Mizuno Oto. Yeah, Oto. Sound. Fair enough. Mizuka ne? Oh, Mizuka, the ka, or Mizuka ジュースをもらえますか？もらえますか？川の水はきれいな、エメラルド、エレマ、エメラルド、ルド、グリーンだった。Jeez. Although I could kind of see that written as emerald green just because emerald green. 普通のね、普通の水じゃなくて、富士山の水をもらえますか？ May I? Interesting. Oh, ordinary. 普通の Interesting. Fire is fire, and it stands alone. We're gonna need a different one. Heat. Oh, for heat as well? Oh, okay. So we're bringing back the heat. So that's 2 for using the heat. Mnemonic.
火
火
Okay. What comes off of fire? Lots and lots of heat. Feel it coming on fire, touching and warming your face and burning and singeing your hair? Absolutely. All right. So, January, you're afflicted with itchiness. February, you're getting kicked in the guts. Kind of violent today. Window. Looks like a window. It's fine. Actually, was there anything? No. Mizu? Bring me in the zoo water. That's really tough. Having me and zoo next to each other. Is there an English word that uses me and zoo next to each other? Or maybe a phrase that doesn't use zoo instead? No, that's pretty hard. Yeah, I can't think of it. And then we have heat. Fire makes heat. Okay. Is that how you spell January? I almost wrote heat. All right, let's get on to the next batch. Volcano. Oh, okay. Fire and mountain, and they're slapped together. So we got some on going, right? If we take a guess, we're gonna do. There's no way that's Kasan. Kasan. I don't know. That sounds really weird. Let's find out. A fire mountain is probably what you think of volcano. It is. It's oh, Rendaku. That's why it sounds weird. Kazan. That sounds a little bit. Wait, actually, that might be a different pitch accent too.
火山
No, it's Kazan.
火山
Okay, so I have to take into consideration the Rendaku. I was like, Kazan, that sounds weird. So Kazan makes it sound acceptable. All right, Kazan. Tower. What is tower? What do they use for tower? Oh, to tower above. Oh yeah. Sobieru. Forms. Dekiru. Interesting. Fujisan wa kazan desu. Don't know if Fuji is active or not. I mean, it's obviously dormant now, but curious if it was within the last couple lifetimes. Kazan no ue kara kaga ne? Oh no, not kaga. Hika deteiru. Interesting. Or fire coming from the top of the volcano. Oh, interesting. And the fire is moving. Nice. Hawaii. Hawaii ni wa kazan ga takusan arimasu yo ne. Arimasu yo ne. Double emphasis. Okay. What's next? We got dog, Inu. And Inu, I mean, we only have Inu, which is our own coon. So,
犬
犬
self-explanatory. What do we have? Bark? Oeru. Yes, bark. Iru, kuru. Petto. Ne. Hoka. Oh, yeah. No, boku. Boku. Yes, boku. Kono inu wa Chihuahua. Oh, okay. Chihuahua actually works really well. Chihuahua desu ka? Uchi no inu. My dog, yeah. Uchi no inu. Lion kurai no oki nan desu. What? That's a big dog. Great Dane? Malamute? What are we talking about here? Lions are gigantic. Monk. Heart. Sing. Yeah. Sing heart. I don't need a mnemonic for this, but it is sing is always going to be sing. Take a look at this one. It kind of looks like a heart. Not the stereotypical Valentine's Day heart though. I mean, that's actually closer to the shape of a heart. Think of a real heart. Basically, there's a lump, right? The heart in the middle and 3 lines, which makes up the arteries that go in and out of the heart to keep you alive. This radical shows up a lot, so it shouldn't be too hard to learn. I'm kidding. Shouldn't be too hard to learn as you go along. Remember, lump, heart plus arteries equals a heart, like a real heart, not the fake pretty kind. the fake pretty kind. Okay. Yeah, shin. Omo. Oh, hey, omoi actually is the intriguing. Okay. And hitsu. All right, hitsu. Like hitsuyo. Okay. Rice patty. Oh my goodness, what's going on here? Rice patty. You know that the kanji, yeah, okay, means rice patty. So it should be easy to work out that this word also means rice patty. But what's the bo on the end? It sounds like a jumbo, right? So jumbo. So let's say it's a cute ending added by Japanese rice farmers to make their rice patties sound bigger than they are. Okay. This word also happens to be a common way of saying rice paddy in conversations compared to its formal version, which you will learn. Learning soon. Fair enough. So since this has it's tanbo. I mean it could be something else, but ta happens to be a kun. Yeah, tanbo. That's what they set it up for. We already knew because it's okurigana or hiragana attached to a kanji. So we got the tambo.
田んぼ
Tambo.
田んぼ
And tambo. Okay. Next one. So it's just a cute, alright. Cute ending. Koinu. Koinu. Two kanjis. Honyomi. Ko. And then, well, since there's only one read, it's got to be Inu, and maybe Inu is one of the solo read, the more common read, so exception to all the other exceptions. So Koinu is all we got, right? So Koinu,
子犬
Koinu.
子犬
Even though this is, so it doesn't use the onyomi readings, both the kanji often favors Koinu and this. Oh wait, ko is also kunyomi. Sorry, ko is also because she is the onyomi. The reading for inu is one you already know, and ko is a really common one. Perhaps you already learned that reading. If not, just think of it. Okay. They just favor the kunyomi, you know. Oh, this might also be an animal thing. Like an animal grouping thing. Because of frequency of use. Let's see. Do we got dencha? Or do we got terrain? Oh no, terraining. 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 That's got terraining. The work to train. Oh, work to train. Oh, that train. Not. I'm like, what the heck? How's that train? Oh, what about pretend? Ooh. Koinu go. Goko shimashou yo. Interesting. Goko suru. Interesting. And then everything else is fine. All right. So koinu, special exception, but we kind of have both. A small dog or a child dog is a puppy. Actually, they didn't. Yeah, a child dog is a puppy. I didn't even just glanced over it. Okay, cute rice paddy name. Seeing it looks like a heart. The picture. Inu. Inu is a pass on everything. And then we have Kazan. 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 Gotta remember the Rendaku. And then Fire Mountain is Fire Mountain. Okay. Kazan. Whoops. Unbo. Hey, got more. Let's go. All right. So king is king. All right. It stands alone, so we need a new thing, right? Yes, we need a new thing. It can't be possibly the one that we have. Oh no, it can be. Wait. Oh, it's O? Wait. Oh, is this another exception? The reading is the same as you like. Wait. Ah, this is another one. So I think we're gonna stop doing the thing that I'm keeping in mind of. Right, I'll check. I'll check again. Let's type in king. Oh, what was the other one? King and writing. King and writing. So, oh, and Bun and Mon. Just as a reminder.
お
Interesting. So this is a complete
Oh.
pass. Interesting. Onoko. Ne? Because oh man, so that's an exception. Oh yeah, that definitely. So like this is oh no, and then I guess chikara, right? Chikara probably, and then oh no, gata, figure. Watashi ga oda. Oda. Oh, that kind of sounds like older. Jo wa chikara no aru apuru da. Oh, apple. それは、それね、それは、プライベート、ジェット、no, ジェットでしょ。I really gotta get my N E straight on katakana. I keep reading one for the other. It might also be related to seeing the English. Okay. So this one is leaf sword with a little handle on top. So what are you guys gonna do with a leaf sword with the handle on top? This Racco looks like a dude running off to the right. I mean, yes. Guess that works. He's heading in a very distant direction. Very distinct direction, okay. I actually use this for the right anyways, for Migi. Migi is the same way. So, it's fine. Release. Intriguing. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yep, the right direction. Righty right. The kanji and the word are exactly the same. Yes. Migi, of course. There's Migi. Meat geese. Oh my goodness.
右
右
What was the right? You was on. Get the right. There are meat geese over there. Could have been mean geese. Mean still works. Mean? Mean? Yeah, mean geese. There are mean geese over there. What are meat geese, you ask? They're geese made of meat that sit to the right of you, trying to get you to do bad things. Like the devil angel motif you see in cartoons, where there's nothing on your left and on your right, just meat geese watching you, waiting. Geese made of meat, telling you not to do the right thing. What? I feel like mean would work here too. Mean geese. Just geese meant to make you do mean things. It's so absurd that it's probably also very reminding. Okay. Oh, Migi. 右のボタン。右のグラフ。icon. Please don't, let's see. Yeah, ください. And eat? Oh, wait, this is everything. Except for, like, agenai works too. Agenai de. Yeah, and this is the please don't do something format. Ooh, this is pretty nuanced. For me, anyways. So, 右の木は水をあげないでください. Right. Please don't water. Yeah, don't give water to the trees on the right. 右の木は右 did I yeah. 右の木は水をあげないでください. Click on the button on the bottom right. Ooh. 右下のバトンをクリクしてね. Or os, right? Os. Like, oshite. Yes, oshite. 右は日本の人口のシャートです。Oh, chart. Alright. Anyways, pretty okay. We have 4. It's a number, but this is a special number. 4 is a special number, so we're gonna have to learn yon. This word has a special meaning as its parent, single, yeah. Yeah, so yon. When a vocab is alone with no okurigana, right, it's usually kun. Numbers are exception though. However, 4 and 7 are actually use both. We're going, special. So you have to count to 4. So you're tired. 1, 2, 3, yawn. Oh, that's a little bit of a stretch. Yawn. There, you did it. But yawn now. You can't stop yawning. You're so sleepy. 4 is too high a number to count without falling asleep. I tried. I think one time I was counting up. I think I reached about 1,000 and then I stopped. By the way, both the reading yon and shi are pretty common, but because the onyomi reading shi sounds like the word for death, it isn't used as much. Generally, when you're just counting, right, you'll see the reading shi. But when you are counting things or people, you'll use yon. Yeah. There are exceptions to this, but you'll learn them as they come up. Yep.
4
Yon.
4
4
4
I think we're fine. International. Oh no, we're not fine with that. More ego. I don't see anything interesting. All right, we got. Ooh, I did see. Kaite arimasu. Kaite. Okay. Moving right along. A stool. It does look like a stool, so that's fine. Stool is a stool. Okay, so stool. Person running to the right. So direction. Distinct direction. What the heck was Miki? What did I use for Miki? Oh, mean geese. On your right shoulder. Yan, Ying. King is special to some extent. I wrote down, yeah. So we'll see. I'll have to look at it afterwards. So direction. Osama desu. Right. Do I need both? Probably. We'll use the yon. Hang on. Let me go check. Oh, quickly here. That's the wrong group. It's an exception. Okay. Oh, these things aren't adding more reviews, interestingly enough. I don't see reviews stacking up. Oh, maybe because I'm filling in the radicals, right? Oh, no, that wouldn't make a difference, actually. So we got to Shigatsu. So how do they rationalize Shigatsu? Oh, yeah, because onyomi. Yeah. And I guess numbers, but ski in Japanese means moon. Yeah. For April. Got it. And Shigatsu.
4月
Shigatsu.
4
Okay.
月
Both gotta stick on the first one. Shigatsu. As opposed to Shigatsu. 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 I'm reading for both. In April, you habitually eat sheep guts. So, of course, the sheeps are coming back. Delicious. 4月1日はエイプリル、エイプリルフールです。I'll try very hard. What is this? Okay. Yeah. 力いっぱい頑張ります。Okay. Alright. Fur? Okay. Hanzuhiro relies on fur as well. We got the fur. Ale. Book is book. And, interestingly, no? Okay. Is this another exception? Alright, let's write on.
本
本
Okay. Quizzes. What did they use for the word quizzes? Kono hon ni wa quiz ga jouzu ni naru tame no ne? Hint. ヒントが書いてある。うちのオーブンには本がたくさん入ってるんです。オーブン Alright. Nihon. Remember the secondary meaning home being origin. I see. That technically makes the sun origin. Does that sound familiar? Yeah, land of the rising sun. Yeah. Nihon. Yes. Nihon or Nippon. Oh, Nippon. Yeah. Nippon. Nippon.
日本、
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 日本。
I like it. It makes sense now, the Nippon, how that works. You finally arrived in Japan and immediately falls down on your knees. After 2 excruciating long flights, you finally made it. You're here. This is Japan. Now get off your knees and people are starting to stay. Okay. Yeah, Nippon. I actually say Nippon way more than Nihon. Let's see. Pito. I. Yama. Kare. Koichi. Jinko. Alright. We got father. Yep. There are fins. Okay, fins covering the treasure. Marking. Oh, yeah. Yeah. You pull away the fins and start digging where the X is because X marks where the treasure is, right? When you dig down, instead of finding treasure, you find your father. The shock of this is in your match should help you. I think we're okay here. I think we're okay with Chichi. Or the radical anyways. Digging for treasure. That's kind of funny. Your father is a treasure. Your father is a treasure. Why do you need a mnemonic for that? Okay. Obviously that's coming from a very selective privileged perspective. Let's see. So Shigatsu, sheep's guts. We have fur. Wait, what did they say about fur? It just looks like fur. Animals don't usually have hair, and though instead they have fur. Yeah, yeah. So same pictorial representation. Hon wa hon. Yes. Well, honto. Honto wa hon. Yes. Hon wa honto desu. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think there's anything to write home about here. Yep. Okay. Ikatsu. Roll. Whoops. I almost typed hair. Alright. Let's keep going. We know today was a big day. So correct. And correct, it's from correct. Okay. So we need Kuns. No Kun reads on this yet. Ending adjective, it's an E adjective. Yep. Tada. That's fine. Tadashi.
正しい、
Tadashi.
正しい。
Tadashi. This word uses a reading you didn't learn from the kanji. You haven't remembered the tada portion in order to read this. So here's what you do. After you get the correct answer, a clown jumps out of nowhere yelling, tada! Imagine scaring the crap out of you too. Nah, tada works. Tada is almost, to me, like, it elicits the same feeling as yatta, right? Or yokatta. So tada, that works. Or even like, what's another one that overlaps? Like, when you say tadaima, right? But you say it over enthusiastically, like tadaima. It's kind of a happy feeling, like. So when I think of happy, people usually think being corrected elicits an endorphin moment kind of thing. Anyways. So tadashi. Correct, clown. Okay. Old. Yep. And we'll get Hurui soon enough. And it's a cross. It's a gravestone head cross. Cross on a gravestone. You have crossed on a mouth. That's a pretty religious mouth. Who speaks the most? Wow. Who speaks the most about religion? Old people, mostly. Also, think about the teaching of religion itself. Also, pretty old age-wise. No matter what you look at, everything about this is kind of old. I was thinking old, like old age, a cross on a headstone, but I guess that's particularly religious already in general, right? Again, you don't necessarily have to participate or be belonging to a certain thing to not have awareness of other things, right? I can already imagine someone saying, well, not everyone is X, Y, and Z. I'm like, yes, but that doesn't excuse one from being ignorant about it or not, right? Yeah. Suffering. Cool. Yep. That's most definitely the onyomi for ku. Cool. Right, cool. Ko. Yeah, ko. And then where do we have go? Ko in old. Not something off the top of my head, so we'll get it to when we get it. To correct, of course. That's how we work. To correct. Yep, transitive verb. Godan. Check. Right. And we do not oh, we just got it. Yeah. So maybe hadas. Okay.
正す
Hadas.
正す
Yep. Exciting. The coon is the coon. Nailed it. Go ahead and imagine yourself doing this a few times to help you. After you correct something for someone, you'll yell out, "Tada!" I wouldn't do that. This is so memorable because I wouldn't do that. Yeah. I definitely do not do this. This is like 10% success rate when you do that. Even less percentage would be, see, I told you so. And every variant of see, I told you so, which there's a lot of variances. Very, very low success. Go ahead and imagine yourself doing it a couple of times. It's okay. It's so unlikely for me to remember that I'll probably remember the mnemonic. So megane. Right, megane collar. One's collar. Ooh. Eddie? Interesting. Eddie. Oh, to straighten for correct, yeah. Eddie. Error. Machi. Machigai. Interesting. Machigai. Okay. I don't think I've seen that term before. Tasku. Tasku wa shizu? shisu, shisu, shistemu, shistemu, era, era o tadasu, tadasu koto desu. Tadasu koto desu. What does that word? Koto. Oh, koto desu. Yeah. Yes, koto. For normalizing. Correct is the correct system error. Yeah. Okay. What the heck is left and right at the same time? Oh, it's just left and right. Oh, hidari, migi. Oh, do we have migi? Hidari yet? No, we don't. Hidari, migi no. Ne? Oh, wait. Are they clumped together? So then you use on? So it's like sayu no. Oh, that would be interesting. I guess we'll find out soon enough, right? That's probably sayu. Sayu no logo logo no pojin. Oh man, position o tadashita. あの人はエラをひたすら Is this pronounced tadasu? Yeah, tadasu. Tadasu. Da-da-da. Yeah. Nice. It feels good, right? Feels awesome when one guess is like, yes! Now, I can't wait to find out if my guess on this is gonna be okay. I'm gonna bank on the reason why they so Ko only writes kanji in which you can read already. And then Ko only use katakana most of the time for this. So if I had to guess using the rules that this guy Ko has introduced, it's two kanjis put together. So we use onyomi. And then I have one read on either. So then it's right, sayu. Oh yeah, tadashi. Yeah, and then tadashi was the other one. So they introduced both tadashi and tadasu, which makes sense. We're getting people fun. Okay, so Tama is already kun, so it's probably still Tama as a single character, right? Tama can be used for round objects traditionally recognized in Japanese culture, like beads, marbles, pears, snowball, and then we already talked about the game, right? Dama, the kendama. So that's the same ball stuff. The ball used in sports, people typically use the katakana word, yeah, ballu. So still Tama. Yeah, that's our only read, which is a kun thing, so it's standalone.
Tama.
Tama.
Tamato me? Ne? Tamato me. Interesting, a French knot. That just defaults to a French knot, huh? Tamato me. That's interesting. Tamakoro gashi. I can see the connection. Korogashi. The note at the end of a thread? Oh, that type of thing. Oh, tamamusubi. Oh. Yeah, these are very specific things. Nanda kono tama. Nanda. Yeah. Oh, hey, Pochi. Pochi wa, that's a cute name. Pochi wa marude, ne? Marui tamano yona inu deshita. Yona. Interesting, inu deshita. Oh, that Yona. Cute. Sort of. A dog that looks like a round ball. Kono tama o chikara ippai ne? Kiku shite kudasai. Kiku. Alright. The roof. Yeah, okay. I usually call this a hat, but it's a roof. It does look like a roof, and it can be confused with other hats. So a flat roof with a little chimney. Fair enough. Usually it's not right in the center. It's like off-centered for a Western style chimney, but fine. Oh, gee, of course. I'm like, oh yeah, gee, right, gee. An, yeah. Oh, yeah, an. An still works, and shi, oh, shitsu, yeah, shitsu, sure, shitsu. Alright. So, do we need to remember any of this? No, that's a pass. So basically the only thing is the mnemonic for the passing through this, which is ta-da! With a clown added, alright. Arashi. Okay. Whoops. Okay. Whoops. Oh, this is getting fun. I could do this for days, but no, we have to get to Hanzi here at some point. Tamanegi, of course. We got tamanegi. Okay. And since that's the only kun reading we have with a hiragana after, right? Okurigana, it's got to be tama. So, or it would track that it's tama. So negi means onion in Japanese, but there are different kinds of onions, right? This happens to be a ball onion, which is one of those round ones, like a Walla Walla Street onion. Do you know? I don't know what the heck's a Walla Walla. This could give away where they're from. A Walla Walla Street onion. Where is this from? It's on the island. Oh no, never mind. This doesn't give away where they're from. Yeah, it's the bulb onions. Dang it. Oh, Walla Walla Street onions. Got it. Tamanegi.
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 Okay. Hiru. What the katto suru? Oh, come on. Itameru. Interesting. Itameru for fry. Slice susuru. Come on. Could at least use kiru for either. It would have been. Oh no, wait, but it would have been confusing. Actually, just kidding. Sono marui tamanegi kudasai. It's starting to be fleshed out. I love that these sentences are slowly getting fleshed out. It kind of feels like the early days of Duolingo. You're slowly seeing Ko saying like, oh yeah, I can finally like not use a katakana placeholder. Tamanegi o deitara ne? Oh. Okay. Wait, what the heck? Oh, use Kiru down here. Okay. I know what they're trying to do though. This one is, oh no, it's more likely to be up here though. Anyways. Namida ga dete kita. Tamanegi? Oh. I think someone already said this a bunch of times to me about onions and stuff, so that's the only reason I know. Oh, it had something to do with groceries. Groceries. Tamanegi. And what was the other one? Chagaimo. Chagaimo. It was like in the same unit with like shio, sato, shoyu, and all right. Tamanegi ga haite nai kare wa kare janai. Curry without onions is not curry. When I read that, that's funny. That's something that a casual, if you talk to someone casually on the internet, that's something that would totally be said on the internet. Like, curry without onions is no curry at all. Obviously, you could put like zenzen in it to make it not at all. Okay. A task. Oh no, this is different. What was this one? It was rack, wasn't it? Yeah, task. This looks a bit like a calendar with spaces for you to write in your tasks with it. Interesting. See those blank sections? Make sure you write down your daily tasks so you don't forget to do something important. Okay. This kanji make you so confused? I guess I look forward to it. Yeah, we haven't even gotten to the kanji yet. Yo. What do you know specifically? What is it that you find confusing about it? MAKU. Su. I wonder why they use task. Is the meaning a little different from Chinese? Yeah. That's what I'm thinking right now too. I wonder why they use the word task. As well. Like what I mean is it's already setting up to look like it's. Oh hey, a king child. What is a king child? Totally, Prince. You got this. Okay, so they're together. So we're not using ko, maybe we're using shi? Oh no, wait. But the king used o. So this could end up being oko or oshi. I'm gonna say it's oshi just because it keeps consistent with the whole like two kanji put together thing. The king child is the prince. Someday he'll be the king if he's lucky, but right now he's just a king child, aka the prince. If you prefer some grammatical details, you can try to remember that when a word consists of two, sometimes the first has a possessive relationship, yeah, or a modification relationship. They're all. Oh yeah, rendaku. That's fine. She still includes a rendaku, so not really technically wrong. It's a rendaku. So, pedantic again. Because G is the rendaku for she. So, Actually, yes, it is. Although they don't say this here. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's just for read purposes. Classic Japanese, so many pronunciations for one kanji. They're not. Sure. I think you're projecting a little. There aren't many pronunciations for kanji. There's like a few. English, right? Speaking English. So relatively I disagree with you. I personally disagree with you. So oji.
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 王子
The prince is always saying, "Oh Jesus, please let me be king." In fact, oh Jesus. Okay. We're gonna just go with OG. Or G. Instead of oh Jesus. Just a joke? Did you read my post about uh thought terminating cliches? Yeah, I know. That's fine. Just a joke. In fact, the prince probably says oh Jesus to ask for the help at least once a day. So okay. So Oji. Oh man, you sound older than oh. Let's see. Oji ga Ohayo ite kureta. Okay. Oh man, that feels like the important thing is at the end, the way that is written. Sounds a little backwards. Oji wa chisai koro ni koinu no ga katteta. So lucky that the prince said something to you. Who needs the prince's affirmation anyways? I am not such one subject. Oh my gosh, Attack on Titan. Uchi no ko uchi no ko wa uchi no ko wa oji ni hakushi hagushi. Oh no, hagu. Oh my god. Like hagu, wait, it breaks here. Hagu, what the heck is a hagu? Hagu shite moranai de shite moraitai. To ni inotte bakari. Inotte bakari. No, inotte bakari o. Constantly praise. Inotte bakari o. Or yeah, inotte. Interesting. I don't actually know where that segregates or splits. We'll know in the future though. So what? Let's click on this in case it's listed here. No, it's not listed here. Well, that's an oversight. A little bit. Okay. Rice patty is rice patty. Is it still ta? Wait. How did rice patty, standalone rice patty came before rice patty with the cute name? Okay. That means they're sharing a meaning. Just keep in mind that compared to tambo, anbo, which you learned earlier, this word is more formal and less colloquial. Okay. Just ta.
た、
た、
It's still ta. Okay. Anbo. The rice field is Koichi's. Oh. Oh no, I wonder what he goes with. Just Koichi. Yeah. Yep. Oh, there is a ko. Yeah, Koichi. Not Koichi. 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 Confirmed. Can you finish plowing the rice field before you propose to me? Propose wa tao tagaya tagaya shite kara ni shite kureru. Okay. Kureru. Oh, before proposing. Oh, before finish plowing. Proposing. Oh, wow. That one's a little. So, you finish plowing before proposing. Yeah. Wait. Could you finish plowing proposing? Yes. One's kind of hard to read for me. Okay. So we're doing the gun on a post again, only this time it's not for cow. So now we have arrow. You have a really big gun. Why? Because only the big guns will be able to shoot arrows. Bullets are pretty small, so the guns that shoot them can be any size. But you need a big gun if you want to shove an arrow in it and then shoot it at your enemies. Okay. So I'm guessing like the stock part. Yeah, so I see gun and big, right? So they're using their radicals, the two radicals to make up the new radical. So two radicals are combined to make a new radical. Okay, that's fine. Well, I remember arrow though. I see the big gun. Okay. That's fine. We're fine. So we have task, which I might get mixed up with rack. So arrow, okay, arrow, task. So it's calendar, big gun, double rice patties. But double, no. Just the rice patty, and then we have tamanegi, and then oji. Oh, oji. And tamanegi is a pass. Okay. Do we just write onion? I guess that works. Okay. Whoops. Arrow. All right, and the lessons continue. White is white. Although we do not have a kunyomi meeting for this yet. So it's shiro. How do I say arrow and the bow? It's a radical. It doesn't have a read on it yet. I didn't get the radical. It has to come up. So there's no read on it. The blue ones are the radicals, so you're only using them to construct. Shiro, I don't know what arrow is either, actually. No idea. Yeah, the radical has to unlock, yeah, in order to have anything that contains the radicals. And then purple are vocabulary words, and then red are the kanji characters. This is probably shiro. Right, shiro.
白
Shiro.
白
Oh, shiro. So going down, shiro. Sheer amount of white is overwhelming. White surrounds you. The sheer amount. Shiro. All right. Tuxedo, tuxedo. Dress, blouse. 私の wedding. Oh my gosh, wedding. と、ドレス。ウェディングドレスは白です。この白はクリームパイ、パイ白ですね。クリーミー。neat。白と、ピンク色のピンクがラッキーから色からなんだって。Oh, I see. Yumiya. Okay. Same as old Chinese. Oh yeah, I didn't know how to say that in Chinese either. Okay. What is this? A door? It's actually related to door, so I mean that's fine. I'm fine with that. What does a flag usually go? Where does a flag usually go? It goes over a door. Okay. I know the ground or the radical usually mean ground, but in this case we're going to say the flag is in the doorway, where the top is the. Oh no. That's a little bit complicated. Okay. Oh, you know you could cheat off of this. Hello there, Jiao. Konnichiwa. Jiao-san. You know, if you think of door, right? If you think of door. Oh no, that doesn't really work, does it? Oh. No, that doesn't work. We'll just go with door. I mean, fair enough. Door, flag. They're using the flag and ground, but in this case, the ground is above the door. Or above the flag. Okay. Flag, how would you make ground work? Flag below the ground. You could think of it in reverse, where the flag is well above ground, but the ground is sitting on top. That's weird. No. We'll just keep with whatever they have. Oh no, white people. Do we have haku? So hakunin. Caucasian, yeah. It's where it uses white and person. Put those together and you have white person, aka Caucasian person. TikTok is totally down now. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's Sunday. It's rolling over to Sunday soon, and there's gonna be a blackout for TikTok starting Sunday. Yeah, so it's like 30 minutes before. Yep. So I've heard. The Supreme Court is holding the ruling on TikTok. Holding steady. And then I think one of the managerial TikTok people said they're going to have a blackout moving into Sunday. Yep. So, Hakuni. Oh, Hakujin. Oh, yeah, that's right. Rendaku. Or sometimes I'm just not even sure if they're going to bother mentioning it over and over again. Fine.
白人
Hakujin.
白人
Yeah, we gotta pick. Gotta pick. So what is your mnemonic to figure out the genes? More genes? Hacked up genes. Oh, that actually works really well. I have a thing about hacked up genes. Imagine a white person you know well wearing their favorite pair of hacked up jeans. This person likes to wear jeans with as many rips and holes in them as possible. Now imagine them wearing only their hacked up jeans. What a sight. I'm gonna be real. That's a very, very personal memory. A white person you know well wearing their hacked up pair of jeans. A favorite pair of hacked up jeans. Fair enough. I don't own any jeans, so I can't really relate personally. Hakujin. Hakujin no jinko. Hakujin no hito. Oh, I like what they're doing here. This is something Duolingo would do. Hakujin no, yeah, onna no ko. Where they would combine all the things and introduce all the things that have potentially overlap meanings, and then make you distinguish all the reads in a singular sentence as much as possible, like redundantly. Or keep introducing prompts that are very similar to each other, only the nuance is knowing where the reads change, like this one. Like Hakuji no hito. And then, you know, this keeps the same, Jinko. And then this is a person, so the meaning can be clustered together, because if you're thinking about a person and then it's a mod, and then there's double no's. That's something that Duolingo kind of does consistently, intentionally. 日本で白人のパートナーと暮らしてます。Oh, I didn't think you. Oh, neat. 暮らしてます。ママは白人で、パパは、I keep saying Baba because I'm sure some people know. Papa wa aji what? Jia hito desu. Or Jia jin desu? Oh no, this is a little weird. I'm not sure which one it is. Because you could put a no here and make it hito. Jia. What? Okay. Alright. 白人はみんな英語 Oh my gosh 英語が上手な分けて話よ Oh Yes 話 It's not all What Oh, this is what? No, just kidding. Yeah. Oh, wait. So wakete. So it's not that all white people are great at. So, huh? Definitely not used to that structure. Met is still met.
目
目
That's fine. We got anything? Sight. What is sight? It's just many haita. Interesting. What's husky? Husky, of course it is. Do we even have aoi? No aoi? Oh my gosh, did you buru me? Oh my gosh, there's buru. Contact lens. Oh no. What am I even thinking? What about under? What did they use for under? Oh, there it is. Yeah, meno shitani. Okay, we're good. I'm keeping him honest, you know? Poop! I see it. There's something sticking out while you are in private. It's poop. You can't just poop in public. That's illegal and gross in this day and age. So the next time something starts to come out of you when you're in private, think, yes, it's poop. Oh my god. I actually think it just looks like poop. Hear me out here. Hear me out here. Poop. You just gotta use some imagination. It's 2 dollops of poop. Although they were trying to make the sticking out of private, so this is private. This is the radical for private, and then hito is sticking out. It's kind of funny though. It kind of looks like hito is sticking out. Like if you turn it, the hito and private. This one's a bit of a stretch. It's fine. We'll know as poop because it kind of looks like it. Unless they were gonna try to make poop into. Oh no, they we're fine. So poop in door. We place a flag near the door. Meh, still meh. What was shiro? Oh, you're surrounded by white mode, please. You know, white. The sheer white. Shiro is overwhelming. And then Hakujin, right? Hakujin. Fine. So, door. Pass. Hakujin. Shiro. Whoops. Wait. That was fine. I can poop. We got more. We already know this was gonna happen today, so we got more. Eyeball. Of course, it's an eye and a ball, right? If it's together. Oh, that's interesting. What does the me become? What is an eyeball? Oh wait, that's easy. It's an eyeball. Oh, they still say me. Oh wait. Oh, okay. Yeah, so use the double kun instead with the rendaku. Yeah, because it's second. So medama. Medama? Medama.
目玉
Medama. Instead of medama. Medama. Okay, perhaps this is because it includes a body part, the eye in it, which often makes the word switch to kunyomi. Oh, okay. I was kind of thinking of the same for the reverse, possibly for oh, but that didn't work. Either way, it doesn't matter much. Both the readings you learn for the kanji and the word and kumi, meaning you should read this one and just make sure you watch out for the rendaku. Yes. Medama. Okay, we're kind of filling out the rendaku anyways.
目玉
目玉
Medama. The highlights. What do we have? Evento no medama. Oh, interesting. Wow. Evento no medama. The highlights of the event. Interesting. Highlights. Fish eyes. Sakana. Oh, no kanji yet. Sakana no medama. Salmon. Salmon wa. I don't know why I'm saying it that way. Salmon. Salmon wa medama mo oishii desho. Bikkuri. Oh, hey, bikkuri. I wasn't expecting to see that. So, bikkuri shite, medama ga deru ka to omotta. Or deru ka. Wait, I was so surprised. I thought my eyeballs were going to pop out. What is that? So maybe like deru ka to omotta. Interesting. Very vivid image. And the highlights again. The highlights so seru no medama wa tomato desu. So the highlight of the sale is tomatoes here. Okay. To stand, tatsu. Since tatsu we're looking for a kun. We don't have a kun yet in WaniKani. What do we have though? We have ritsu. So stand is still stand, right? And it's a u predicate. So tatsu. You have to remember the top portion of the word to learn the reading of this. You have to stand up in order to say goodbye to someone. Tata. Fair enough. When you stand up, you say tata. That's fine. Tatsu.
立つ
立つ
Okay. Tatsu. Superior. Ooh. Ue ni tatsu. To be superior. Yeah, okay. Ue ni tatsu. To get on stage. Yeah, stage ni tatsu. 入り口に立つ. Let's see. I'm not very good at getting up. Sofa. Sofa から立つのが上手なんです。上手なんです。それでは立ってください. Yeah, please stand up. The heck is that? Desk. Oh my gosh, desk. Desk work. Desk work. Work. ばっかりだと立つのがしんどいね? Wow, it's hard to stand up when all you do there's so many things I'm unfamiliar with that other than desk work. Okay. Towel? There's something draped over that stick. It's a towel. Okay. Fair enough. I thought of it in a different way, but that's fine. Okay. Towel. Sheet? Okay. Oh, this is still wish. Key. Okay. Kae. Oh. Kaeru. Oh, that's interesting. Kae. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Okay. Art. How are you gonna get sword and fins into part? Well, if you cut the fins off of a fish, then those are parts of a fish. Or divide or minute. Okay. The fins that fell off onto my sword were sliced into many parts. Okay. On this logic, this also means minute, which is part of an hour, and divide, which is the action of splitting something into many parts. You could cut up the fish with the sword because fins are part of a fish and minutes are part of an hour, which you can divide an hour into minutes, and you can divide a fish into the number of fins, sort of. Picture the fins falling onto the sword and being divided into many parts, and if those fins represented hours, they're divided into... Okay. We got all these separate uses already, so it's fine. There is something to be said that's related to parts of a feeling or having a feeling, and we'll see how they go about that later. So we got, right, bun, hun, and bu. Oh, I don't know about bu. Oh yeah, wait, no. I haven't used bu. No, most of the uses I had was bun and hun. Bun and hun. Hun. Now that the fins have been cut into neat parts, it's time to cut something else. Buns. Hang on. What was the other boon? Oh, wait. I'm thinking about the other boon. This is not the same boon. I'm like... no, I'm thinking of boon and mon. Right. For writing. This is how you feed your people. Neatly divide delicious buns. Picture these delicious buns divided into perfect shaped parts. Yummy. Alright, fine. Dang. Divide. And it's part. Boon. I mean, I don't really have to remember to read, but... Hanbun. Yeah, Hanbun. Ooh. I'm guessing most of these are. Yeah, this is a kun. Wa. Yeah, wakeru. And wakaru. Inside the water, underwater, right? Or in the middle of water, then you're underwater. If you're in the middle of a bunch of water, then you're underwater. Yeah. And suichu. Yeah, suichu. How do I know suichu? In this. Because if you're in the middle of a game, you also use chu, right? So you take a thing and you add chu to get inside something, or in the middle of something, or during something. Suichu.
水中
Suichu.
水中
Which these are two kanji together, and usually, generally, we have both the onyomi already. Suichu ni, moguru. Oh, right. Dive, moguru. Iru, airu. We have koi. That's fine. Taksan. Kamera. Suichu kamera desu. No require of no. Suichu mahjong. Yaranai. Yaru. Using yaru. Okay. So, in the middle or is under middle or, right? That's fine. Tatsu, we got the tata, where you stand up to say goodbye to someone. Not that. Okay. And then, medama. Don't forget the rendaku. Oh, is this coat? No. Towel. This is towel. And dividing something, minutes something, parts, fins, got it. Okay. Is it parts or part? It's heckin' part. No, it's towel. Oh, wait. I immediately was still fixated on jeez. I don't want to talk about it. I wasn't even looking at the top. I was like, was it parts or part? Not that it matters right now, but I was fixated on plural and not plural. One, because you might be thinking, no, you couldn't get marked off if you write fin or fins. So the parts one have fins in there. So I have a feeling part is wrong. It's gonna be marked wrong or something like that, which I kind of disagree. So I could put it as a synonym. Oops. What? Oh yeah. We'll see. So this is parts. You are a bit off. It's what? It's parts? Alright, now they're just being a butthead. Oh, maybe it's because it can be to part something. Yeah. I need to look at Jisho. 1 second. Oh no, wait. This is just a kanji character. That's fine. It wouldn't really help me with Jisho. Okay. Second towel. Towel doesn't work. Sorry. That does not work for towel. Let me think about something else. Oh, I got something. We're gonna think of it as a cape. A stick, which is basically a body, and there's a cape. It's still gonna say towel in the end, but it's a guy wearing a cape, and that cape is a towel. It's crazier. It's a little wackier. Doesn't look like you're hanging up a coat. Let's see. Vocabulary meaning. What are we doing for this? Oh. Eyeballs. It's an eyeball. Well, at least that accepts those, so it's fine. New word. Let's keep going. We know this was gonna happen. Princess, of course. Now it's the opposite. All right, or the contrast with prince, right? King's woman or girl is the princess. Wait. And then queen is the other way around because it's a moderation, right? Mod. You know she's the princess because she came after the king. She's his daughter and doesn't have as much power. Imagine king with a young woman following after her. Must be the princess. If you prefer some grammatical details, you can try to remember that the word consists. Yeah. Daddy's girl. Ko. King possesses woman. Oh, please. So, you know, Jo. No change. Jo, Ojo. Yes.
王女
Ojo.
王女
Makes sense. The princess is Princess Joanne Jr. All right. Ojo. By sneaking up and scaring. She loves making people say Ojo by sneaking up and scaring them. Whenever you think of the princess now, imagine how many times have people screamed, Ojo. Oh, well, she sneaks up on them. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. That's fine. Ojo. 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 Ojo wa itsu demo 正しい。王女はビンゴが好きです。Okay. 日本に王女はいますか? I don't know, is there? That would be interesting. I mean, I know there's emperor, but there are Hime-san, Hime-sama, right? Hime, but I don't know about the current. I don't know about current stuff. Kore? Okay. Akana. We have Kore. Collect. Kore. This one right here. Go ahead, collect this one. You can use Kore to talk about anything that's close to you, things that, you know. Word type. Kosoado. Kosoado word. Oh, yeah, Kosoado word. Yes. That would be the class. Kore. Is
これ
Kore?
これ
I think we're fine with Kore, right? Eventually it was gonna happen. Oh yeah, and Suru it has to happen eventually. Hey, we got a setup for Kiru. Hanji alone. What else could it be? Ki? I only have used this as ki. So yeah, 7 swords is meant for cutting, right? There's only so much you can do with them. The main thing probably is used to cut. Yeah. These 7 swords, swing them around, cut everything in your path, including yourself. Then think about how dumb it was to try to use 7 swords at once and feel the pain of the cut you gave yourself. Oh, Setsu. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right, Setsu. Tai Setsu. That's right, Setsu. So we did get the own. I was gonna go straight to the kun, but okay. Setsu. So what? You just cut them up into sets? Yeah, because you have 7 swords, you decide to take the sword and divide them up amongst pairs. Oh, divide among pairs of people. You cut them into pairs and give. You cut them into pairs and give Setsu to everyone who needs them. You can cut up something and make a pair. I mean, just make sure you think about you need to give them away in sets and not anything else. This is the most important thing to think about in your head as you're trying to establish mnemonic kanji reading. It's got to be sets. Like setsu and not set. Yeah, setsu. Fair enough. Kireru. Kireru taisetsu. There it is. Taisetsu and kiru. Dang. Alright. Life. Okay. The raku consists of a cow. I see it. And ground. Below it. If a cow's on solid ground, then you really do have a good life, I think. Excuse me? Sometimes this raku will show up without the slide part on the side too, though we'll treat them both as life. Yeah, life is a really touchy subject. Sorry, I just realized how that sounds out of context. But talking about life in a lot of other places is a touchy subject, not necessarily just English, and then the representation of life is incredibly complex in Japanese, right? Not exclusive to Japanese, but life essence talking about life is very nuanced. So they're both life, okay, fair enough. The cow on the ground. Okay. That one's gonna be tough. Tomorrow's gonna be tough because we're gonna have a lot of review. And some of these don't quite hit. Suru and then suru verbs, right? Fair enough.
する
Suru. It's only through doing things that get better that we get better at them. So you need to do them as much as you can. Suru basically means to do, but it's incredibly versatile and goes beyond its English equivalent. I don't see how you can measure that, but fair enough. I don't see how you can measure that. That's kind of the same thing that Hazuhiro Kevin does with Chinese. When something is versatile, it doesn't necessarily go beyond its equivalent because it's not its equivalent. English is to do is not equivalent to Suru's to do. So like English has functionality that Suru does not, in my opinion. So it's weird that it's phrased in a way that it says it goes beyond its English equivalent, and I mean that's true. But English also goes beyond Suru, but not in the same way. So comparisons. I personally am not the biggest fan of making statements like this. Besides being used alone, it can be put together with a whole range of nouns to turn them into verbs. Still equivalent. We call these pseudo verbs, and you'll learn a lot of them as we go along. Yeah, fair enough. Weird statement that doesn't necessarily... honestly, I don't think any... In most cases, those type of comments aren't very functionally constructive nor helpful. In my opinion. Drawing that type of which one is equivalent and which one's not. If one is not equivalent to the other, neither is equivalent. Like it goes both ways. So saying something is more versatile and then saying they're not equivalent is weird to me. Like contextually in writing. If they're not equivalent, they're not equivalent. いいことをする. To me, so why do I make a big deal about it? Well, it would suggest that one is more versatile than the other, and then you don't explore the versatility of the phrase to do. To do is so nebulous that to do gets supplanted by other verbs. So what it lacks in equivalence and versatility, it's replaced because you want to replace them. It's a different thing. Like you're not. Oh well, actually, maybe you can kind of do that in Japanese. I don't even know. Like use a pseudo verb instead of a predicate, and there's a preference for that. Sure. I mean, I would even argue that I don't use the word to do very often if you can do specifically a predicate that illustrates that, which I feel Japanese has that too going on, where you could, instead of saying you're going to do something to do something, you could technically go and find the specific predicate in which the describes the to doing. Otherwise you default to do. I don't know. Interesting. Ado by, oh my, adobaisu. Interesting. Adobaisu o suru. Alright, suru is very, you can probably temporarily put suru on everything. そこで Oh, okay. Let's just keep going. Oh, wow. They listed a lot. Oh, I didn't even realize you can click on these. Oh, no. I didn't realize you can click on these to see all the different patterns. I just now know these are different clickable things. Wow. Well, that's okay. Now we know. So, nisuru. Yeah, so, kirei ni suru. Right. We had nisuru, or I had nisuru in the sense of just to decide to do. Yeah. Shinai. Yeah. Shimasen. Negative forms. Oh, now I realize I should go back. Yeah. We'll look at them as we go. Suru. Shikkari suru. To get it right, to be steady. Shikkari. Suru. And then ga, yeah. Alright. That's fine. Okay, so suru, through doing things. Okay. Through doing things. Life. Kinda hard. Cow on ground. Cut. You have 7 swords to cut something. Kore. It's kore. To cut this one. Like this one. Woman is after the king. And Ojo. Queen Joanne. Okay. Alright. Sets it. Oops. Life. Says. Oh, you do. Okay. Let's keep going. Apple. Ringo. Oh, they decide with a katakana. And so, Ringo. Oh, they're both okay.
リンゴ、リンゴ、
リンゴ、リンゴ。
Okay, they use the same sample. I was kind of curious if they said something different. Ringo, just as you eat apple, you are about to take a bite, so he grabbed it. What is the Ringo doing snatching apples? Surely he can afford it himself. So is this from Ringo Starr from Beatles? Did you know that Ringo's star once appeared in a Japanese TV commercial for apple juice. That might help you remember this word too. I do not recall such a thing. Ringo is also commonly written in hirakana and even in kanji, but you'll see it in katakana the most. Yes, I agree. Or at least anecdotally, coincidentally. Okay, Ringo apparently can go with no. Yeah, ga. At the end of things, like how many apples or type of apples, descriptor, adjective, and then it can be next to a conjunction. Okay. This apple tastes bad. Mazui. Kono ringo mazui or mazu. Maybe like you could just go with mazu. Shorten it. Do you want an apple or a banana? ringo ka banana iru? Ne? ringo juice 2つください. Oh no, oh. Okay. Okay, ringo coffee. Yeah, coffee.
コーヒ
Coffee. Ah, coffee. Coffee. Sorry. Coffee. Just watch out for the second syllable, which changes to coffee. Oh yeah, instead of coffee. Coffee. Nomu. Yep. Fine. Sip. Susuru. Sip. Ireru. Interesting. Ireru. Really? Okay. Nomu? Coffee. Coffee nomu? そろそろコーヒーブレイクにするおねほとほっと I'm so used to hearing something like 温かいコーヒー. Okay, alright. Ima? No, there's now. So how do you get now here? This is a hat on top of the katakana for da. Oh, think of Ra, the Egyptian god. When Ra was wearing a hat right now, it's always now because he never takes it off. No, really, look it up. It's true. Oh, really? Alright, I'm gonna look it up. I feel like that's a... I feel like that's a little weird. Or unless they're talking about like the... I don't know. I don't know where this is going. Now, I guess this is the retroactive, right? Now, I probably will end up remembering this somehow. Oh, fat? Yeah, big drop. Oh my goodness, what are you gonna say about this? You have a big person here with an extra drop of something below their thigh hanging down. That's fat right there. Okay. The person has fat hanging off their fat. What the? Or you can just have a big person having... Okay. Maybe you should touch the fat to see what it is. Feel it and squeeze it. It'll help you remember that the kanji means fat. Alright, Ko. Alright. Yeah. Tai and ta. The fat person also has a fat tai. wasn't Big also wearing tie-dye? I don't really have to go that far. It's really thick and luxurious. Imagine them tying their lovely fat tie. Alright. Imagine them trying to tie the tie, but they can't lift their hands around to do it. You have to help them out. Another thing that might help you to remember this kanji reading is that it's the same as, tie, or the same, or one of the same readings anyway. Similar kanji often have similar reading, which is a good thing to know. If you can guess, it's true with this one anyways. Yes. Lots of exceptions, right? Futoi, right? Futoru, futoru, and the heck? This is combined, so daiji or taiji. No, it's futoji. Interesting. Futoji. Oh wait, the G. What? Interesting. Wait. Oh no, wait. Futo is onyomi. One of futo. Ooh. Now they gotta explain this to me. Yeah, they gotta explain futo to me. Ooh, today is a long day. Let me guess. Konnichiwa. 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 Kani? That's actually Kani, but Konnichiwa. Oh my gosh, Konnichiwa. Says hello. Kani Chihuahua is an amazing talking Chihuahua. She can only say hello, but that alone is pretty impressive. Good at other meaning. Good afternoon. Yeah.
Konnichiwa.
Konnichiwa.
こんにちは
Konnichiwa. Konnichiwa is a formal way to say hello. Is generally used during the daytime from late morning to early evening. Watch out for the ha, but wa at the end, which is always pronounced. Konnichiwa. Minasan, konnichiwa. Sensei, konnichiwa. Aya-chan. Oh my gosh, Aya-chan. Konnichiwa. That's kind of humorous. Anyways. Konnichiwa. Jenne. Sorry. I said earlier I was watching this person's comedy act. When I think of Forrest Gump. Jenny does. Okay. Anyways, alright. So still self-explanatory. We don't really need. Wait, what do they okay. Okay. That for Thai. Do they only accept Thai? Oh, and Ta. Okay. This was with a hat. Self-explanatory. Sort of self-explanatory. Okay. These are freebies. So I can kind of see why they squeezed them in here. Freebies. Alright, next one. Itsu. Yeah, he itsu and eats and eats. When does this guy not eat? Okay, so they redo the itsu. Itsu is a question word that is used to ask when. Yeah.
いつ
Itsu.
いつ
Itsu. Alright, we're gonna move along here. Itsu. Oh, wait, hang on. Itsu no itsu kara itsu made. Okay. Until when, from when, yeah. Itsu made, itsu kara, itsu no. Those are actually, these are, pattern of use is nice for, structure words. I can get behind this. Okay, echo. Interesting. So, is it still read as Yama? Yeah, Yamabiko. Yamabiko? You know yeah, Yama means mountain at the hiragana biko to the end, and this gives you echo. Kind of sounds like echo. That's because B children loves echoes, especially mountain echoes. Imagine baby bees buzzing as loudly as they can and hearing their voice echoing back at them through the mountains. Okay. As the kanji suggests, yamabiko is generally used to describe the echo you get if you shout into the mountains. To describe other types of echo, you use the katakana word echo. Okay. By the way, there is actually a kanji for the second part of this word, but it's so rare that it's usually written in kana. Yeah. I figured. After that explanation. So, yamabiko.
やまびこ
Yamabiko.
やまびこ
Yamabiko. Yamabiko. And we just need to know the mnemonics, right? So, bees. Children. Bee children. Echoing through the mountain. それは山彦というレストランでした. That's a pretty cool name for a restaurant, Mountain Echo. I don't think I've been to a restaurant named Yamabiko. ゆうべは山彦がうるさくて寝れなかったよ。寝れなかったよ。I couldn't sleep because of the mountain echoes were so loud. Oh, yeah. Yes. Yeah. Or last night. You bet. Okay, moving on. So, Yamabiko. Somehow that triggered my Google Assistant. Small slide. Okay, how are you gonna get me on small slide? You have a small slide. The thing about small slides is that they can only fit a few people at a time. Fair enough. Imagine a small slide. How could you not after you see the radicals? With only a few people on it, trying to move forward, only a few people are required to create a slide traffic jam, though. Ouch. Yeah. So... Okay. Shoku. It's just show. Okay. It kind of goes along with show. Why is there a little traffic jam on the side? Because the shogun is using the side and he loves little things. Oh, I see what you did there, Ko. You linked it back to shogun liking small things. He's forcing everyone to stop and watch even though there are people backed up behind him. How inconsiderate. Imagine this in your head. A traffic jam on a little slide all because the shogun is using it. Picture some caution tape, orange cones, and Japanese Secret Service members all making sure no one gets close to the shogun with you. While he slides, a few people are crying. They want to slide. They want to leave. That's a little out of time, out of place. Mnemonic, but nice. Okay. Squishy. Man, I'm gonna have to explain that too. Shukunai. Yeah. Shukunai. Shukunai. And shonen, right? Because of the genre shonen. This is the only show. Interesting. Hat makes sense. Now it links to hat on ra. Do you know those rice patty hats? This one's shaped like the rice patty. Yeah. I'm okay with this. I'm okay with this. That's pretty fast. On the table, table no ue. You know what's funny about this? That's how Duolingo went about introducing 桌子. Immediately they go to like 桌子上, right? 桌子上 or 桌子下 on top and under a table. I'm floored that they go with on the table as one of the examples. Interesting. Yeah, and tabletop, that makes sense too. Yeah. First we have katakana, First we have a katakana word, so safe to assume that it's a loan word. Like many loan words it comes from. You can say it out loud, and what do you think? That's table. Then comes the particle no, which joins two together. Finally we have ue, which you learn means up or above. Put all these pieces together and we have the phrase meaning table. Oh, sorry. Table on the table. Yeah, right. So, table no ue. Or table. Oh, interesting.
テーブルの上
Table no ue.
テーブルの上
Is it the same?
テーブルの上
It's the same.
テーブルの上
Imagine if they changed it up just because the one is written in hiragana and one's written in katakana. In this, I've seen crazier things, but you know. In this phrase, ue is a standalone word, so it's the same read, yeah, because it's so ue. We use the kun? Ne? No, the no. Wait. What was the oh, it's Jo. Jo was the on. Yes, and ue was the kun. Table no ue, table no ni, and then oh, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, we're good. Okay, so let's keep going here. So hat, rice patty hat, show, still shogun. Small slide, right? Small slide. Itsu, when does he stop eating? Okay, and then Yamabiko. Baby, eat children echoing in the mountains. All right, got it. Oh, wait. I mean, can I still say small? I can't? You? Okay. Fair enough. That's fine. I was gonna write a little bit. Like a bit. To see if you can get away with that too, but... I didn't look at the alternative meanings, so let's guess little. A little? Do you want a little? Okay. Fine. Oh, ベッドの下? Okay. Under the bed? That starts with another, so you assume. Yeah. Okay. Let's keep going.
ベッドの下、
ベッドの下。
ベッドの下、
ベッドの下。Yep. Alone. Spare. Heidi. Oh, this is the 片付ける。片付ける。片付ける。片付ける。This one I saw every once in a while. 掃除。Right, clean. 掃除する。Manga. Mop. What do you have? Mop. Okay. What? 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 Okay. Okay. Sunrise. Sun. Exit. That's a sunrise? Oh, dearie me. What do we call the sun's exit from the horizon? Oh, okay. Okay, sure. That'll be a sunrise. Imagine the sun exiting the horizon and climbing up. Well, it could be exiting the horizon in the other direction. I'm just saying. So, I guess they're standalones. Or they're not. Oh, no. This might be a modified thing. Oh, wait. They're standalones. So it's kun. Right? I and no and de. Yes.
日の出、
日の出、
Yeah, that checks out. I mean, seen. Okay. No. Oh. Modifying something. Da. Like what it's like. Or modifying as a direct object. Oh, and then being adjective. Yes. Okay. So hinode. Hole. I could kind of see that. Hole. Like if you think of hiku or hiku for playing a string instrument, right? Bow, stick, you're still pulling on a string, you know, on a string thing. If you have a bow and a stick, you need to pull the two back together to shoot it. If you can't pull it, you won't be shooting anything. Imagine being a stick and pulling it back into your bow. Imagine how hard you have to pull. This thing is really strong. Doesn't have to be a stick, but stick. When you and then it's he. The kun. So they go straight to the kun. When you pull the bow back, your body strains and you feel an immense heat rise inside of you. Keep pulling and the heat grows hotter and hotter. Imagine using all your strength to pull on this bow. Imagine the heat rising in your body, that sweat dripping down your face. It's so hot, but you have to keep on pulling. Okay. Yeah, hiku. Hiku and Hikiwake. Interesting. Hikiwake. What is this? Wari? Oh. Wari hiki. Oh, wari hi. Wari pi? Wari piki. I can't tell. It's too small. What is this? A triceratops, right? 3 horns, triceratops. Got it. Nailed it. Moving along. A British person. Igirisu. Igirisujin. Yeah, Igirisujin. Igirisu means Great Britain or United. So what is a Great Britain person? You guessed it. It's a British person or Brit. Okay.
イギリス人、
Igirisujin.
イギリス人、
Okay, so Brits love jeans. But how do you get the ikirisu part? Just read it out, basically. And since Nin and Jin has two things, yeah. All nationalities are Jin. Okay, so Triceratops, self-explanatory. Bow, heat, hole, hard. Exiting out of the horizon. Yes, exiting out of the horizon, provided that everything below the horizon is something that is hidden, I suppose. Makes sense. Okay. And then bed no shita, below, under the bed. And shita is alone here. Okay. I don't know. What do you want? A Brit? A British person? Dude. At least they don't bump you for it. Anyways. Imagine typing Englishman. Uh-oh. Right. Oh my gosh, Triceratops? Let's keep going. It's been 6 hours. Holy heck, yeah. America. Okay. We're fine. Easy part. America plus yes.
アメリカ人
America.
アメリカ人
Yes, well-known fact. Americans love their genes. So, do you accept American, or do you have to write American person? Yes, American person. English thing. Yeah, we're okay with it. Uransu gene. Oh my gosh. Okay, we're going through here. A Frenchman, and then a French person, as opposed to French. Okay. Okay, French person. We'll just remember to write
フランス人
Uransu. Yes, and they also like their jeans. Everyone likes their jeans, right? I'm kidding. Ice? Really? That's the ice. Okay. Remember the radical for drop of liquid? This is 2 drops instead of 1. When you see 2 drops, you should think the next stage of water, which is the next. What is next stage? Is ice? It could be gas. You know, you start with water, it's a liquid phase. If you're going up in energy, it's a gas. As opposed to a solid, which goes down in energy. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, so cow is cow. And then... did we get a read yet? I don't think we got a read on cow. Right? Radical and the kanji for... okay, yes. To distinguish this from the noon, right? Very common one. Try thinking of a bit poking out at the top of this kanji as the cow's head. Okay, fair enough. Have you ever heard of Oh, Wagyu. Okay, Wagyu. Ah, Wagyu. Yeah, yeah, fair enough. That's good. That's really good. I didn't even make that connection. Wagyu. I usually just think of milk. You and you. I hope you know what Wagyu beef is. Otherwise, this will be a difficult one to remember. Not really. There are other choices, right? Wait, like gyudon? Gyudon might be fine too. Food is. Yoshi. Yeah, niku. Interesting. Koshi. Oh, koshi. Oh, koshi. Makes sense. Okay. So we didn't get ushi because ushi is probably kun. Okay. All right, marble. There's ama. Wait, what happens when there's? Oh wait. Okay, so now there's a kana in front of two kanji. But let me explain this one. When you use a katakana word, it's a safe bet that is a foreign word, right? The one interest because it combines katakana and kanji, right? Kind of like gomibako, right? Gomibako. Baste. The first marble came to Japan from Portugal. So that's a whole, that's not, that's not one. Okay. I didn't make that connection. I thought that was one. Okay. So the B part of the word is short for vitro. Vitro, which means glass in Portuguese. Anyway, don't get thrown off by that B. Maybe just imagine that your favorite marble is black and yellow like a bee. Or bead. You know, a bead, which can appear like a marble. A bead. That's what I thought. Tama. I guess it's standing alone. Is this considered it's standing alone? Tama. Tama.
ビー玉
Tama.
ビー玉
Tama. If you know katakana as well as reading when you learn you will. Yeah. Okay. And just watch out for the rendaku. Yes. Tama. A marble in a ramune? Soft drink? Oh, yes. Yes. Those drinks. Glass marbles. Yep. Sometimes they call them beads. Like some peeps would refer to them as beads. But marbles, beads. I think beads work better. Beads. So, beadama. Okay. Alright, so we have bead. Beadama for marble. She poking out, Wagyu. So Wagyu, right? Wagyu. Ice. 2 drops. Ice, it's the next level of water, I suppose. Or another phase of water. And then these are self-explanatory. Okay. Okay. Oops. French person. Oops. America person? American person? Yeah, see, that doesn't work. That doesn't quite work. And oh man, yeah, this brings back some. Okay, all right. Anyways, I'll negotiate that later. Oops. Wait. I guess I can do that, right? Is that acceptable? Okay. All right. You. It's weird seeing it in Hirakana. I don't think you can convert it within the thing. Oh, all right. Maybe I should have considered the idea that I didn't really need to have that digression in the beginning. Okay. All right. So stop is stop. Okay. Say and show. I could have sworn I had. Oh no, that's correct. What could stop be? Sheep? Really? Oh dang. You have to stop because there is a sheep in front of you. Okay. You try to walk around the sheep, but it moves to stop. Okay. Imagine the fluffy wall of the sheep stopping you from moving where you can't put you can't push past it no matter how hard you try. I think we're reaching a upper limit here. This is ka wa to. Oh my gosh, that's to. Omaru. Omeru. Oh, this a transitive and intransitive pairs. Is this? Oh, so maybe chushi? Nice. Okay. Standalone. But this is a counter, right? So counters end up being nin. When you see this number, for example, yep, both have alternative readings, right? From 3 and up, it's just the number plus nin. Yes. Got it?
人
Nin.
Yeah, number of people at Nintendo. Yes. Got it. But moving along. I'm very tired. Alright, we have stone. Stone is going to be stone at some point. The leaf is growing out of a square, which is normally a mouth, but not this time. The leaf is growing out of stone. I mean, obviously, because leaves don't grow out of mouths, I hope. Anyway, picture a stone in the middle. Okay. Some of these are a little weak. Okay. Onna no hito. Good luck, Chen. Good luck. Woman person is a woman. Okay. The no particle here means the first noun and it's modifying the second one. Yes, we can probably say. Okay. So hito is standing alone and onna is as well. As opposed to jo, right? Onna no hito.
女の人
Onna no hito.
These are two separate words, right? Got it. Okie dokie. Machine. Oh, I didn't think of this as machine. I thought key as machine, but interesting. So private mouth. How do you get private mouth and machine? You have a private mouth that's a machine, but you keep your machine mouth private because it would scare all the non-machine people around. Personally, I would say something like the mouth that I have is private, right? It's my personal mouth, and it's a machine, technically. You know, mechanical advantage and all that stuff. Chomp, chomp, chomp. It's a eating machine. Consumption machine. Now, wouldn't you like to keep that private from me? Yeah, that's fair enough. To make sure they can't tell what's machine and what's human, you dye the mouth to make it look like skin. You find dye the same shade as your normal and just slap it on. Imagine being so for that people find out about your machine mouth that you have to dye it. Imagine a normal human mouth. Oh, when will this discrimination against machine kind end? Yeah, dye and tie. As a weird shortcut, or not a weird shortcut, I actually just think of the Chinese character. Yeah, because these reads are on you. So dye and tie. Interesting. So you dye. That's extra. Tomorrow's gonna be really tough. And we're taking 2 break days. I mean, we're basically just on break now from Duolingo until the review. I still have to do my reviews. And today there's no way. This is going way too late. So 1台 2台 2台 5台 as the counter for large objects. Machine, which makes sense. Or machine. Ah. Large objects or machine. Yeah. Okay. Neat. Why are there 6 here? Or 7? I just realized that. Oh, maybe because these are the last ones? Oh, possibly. Radical. More radicals. Evening toe. Outside. Oh, I won't have to really. If you're known to get the ailment evening toe, which is when your toe catches on fire after getting really, really hot. Imagine this happening. Ouch. The only way to fix it is to cool it down. The best way is to go outside. I got a better one. When you're outside on barefoot, there is a chance. Oh, wait. No, you can't really. No, that doesn't make any sense. Oh man, this is rough. After imagining your evening toe overheating, rush outside to fix it. It's the best way to prevent fire toe, which is way worse in the evening. It's nice and cool outside, so feel okay. Evening toe. I was thinking of athlete's foot, you know, like something like that, but that doesn't really work. That's fine. Obedient. Oh, interesting. Adulting-esque. So they're combined, so... But then it has the adjective. So where do we go from here? It sounds awful if it's like dining or taijin shi. So it's probably like wait, otona something with otona? Remember how you learned that yeah, otona means adult? Well, this adjective version of it, so see how it ends in e, yeah. Or she. Someone mentioned this. It's still, I disagree with someone who is being incredibly pedantic, but The E adjective, see how it ends with E? It still ends with E, but this person was arguing that it technically ends with she. It's like, well, both. It ends with E and she. Right? And the idea of the E adjective doesn't necessarily mean it's a she adjective. You don't refer to it as a she adjective. I did see this in the discussion forum a couple times. I'm like, well, yeah, technically it ends with an E and a she. So if you're being pedantic and saying technically ends with a she, then technically ends with an E. So it was a weird forum. It was a forum post I was reading yesterday. It was the inspiration for my digression. The first 2 hours of this stream. Anyways, what adjectives do adults want to be able to use for their own kids? They want to say that they are obedient, quiet kids. Interesting. I see. Obedient, quiet, calm. Intriguing. Sometimes I like to think that adults are obedient, quiet, and calm. Not necessarily kids, but, you know, disciplined. Otonashi. Oh, okay. It is otonashi.
おとなしい
Otonashi.
おとなしい
Hold it for longer. Otonashi. To the end. Okay. Otonashi. Otonashi ko. Otonashi hito. Otonashi inu. Alright. Okay. Try to remember this stuff. So, you have stop, because there's a sheep in the way. Sheep. There is a machine that you dye your mouth. You dye your private mouth the same color. And then you have evening toe, where you go outside to cure evening toe. You have stone. That's just gonna be stone. It's fine. Stone. Stone is stone. And nin, host, counter, outside of 1 and 2. And then we have onna no hito, which is woman. A woman person is a woman. So we're looking for nin here, right? Or yes. Okay. 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 What did they accept? This person. Number of people, or they accept number of people. Oh, they actually was very loose. Okay, that's pretty good. Number of people. So make it more literal. Okay. Wait. Did I even get the read on evening toe? Oh no. I don't think I got the read on it. Did I skip the read? I'm just gonna guess then. We're gonna guess wa. I mean, I don't know. Guy, yeah, I totally skipped over, completely skipped over the read. You go outside when you're not supposed to be out there at night, and you're accosted by a couple guys. Then all of a sudden, Guy Fox jumps from the roof above you and take them out. Then start running. Guy Fox, you yelled after him. If you don't know Guy Fox, you should do a little read on him to make this. Yeah. Also, anonymous people wear a Guy Fox mask if that happens. Anyways, fine. So Guy, yeah, there was no way I would have known because I totally skipped it. That's fine. It means that we offload one last one, I suppose. I don't like the way you advance and click and advance kind of thing. I'm not the biggest fan on how that works out. This isn't the first time. Only this time I don't actually know the read, so I couldn't recover with something that I already know in advance. Like a highlighter to say, oh, you've already read these panels. Like a reminder on where which panels you have viewed and whatnot. Oh. Whoops. Oh, I typed the wrong thing. Oh my gosh. Okay. Fair enough. I typed die instead of guy. Oh, they changed the character. Oh my gosh, dude. I didn't even look that they changed the group. All right, yeah, that's definitely borderline fatigue right there. Hooey. Hooey. Oh, that still counts as completing. Oh, that's interesting. All right. Oh, and they only mark or take note of the mistakes that were made during review, but not during lessons. Interesting. All right, we got 30 review. Let's just keep going. We got it. We got to puppet this out. Puppet this out. Okay. Uh-oh. It's due. That's fine. Oh, because of the jewels. Dang it. It's fine. Wait, was this an exception? It's not. Oh, I wrote the wrong. Dang it. I typoed. It's fine. I typoed there. It is an exception. Whoops. What was this one? Mean geese? Meat geese? Hater? I thought. Yes. Oh. Wait. I think this is fine. Can I say just skilled? Is that acceptable? Yes. Okay. I'm testing like different alternatives or kind of related. This had something to do with sheep. Maybe eating sheep meat. Oh. Oh no. Can I still get away with... Yeah, that's pass. I think this changed. Oops. Oops. There's so many of these. Okay. Oh. Oh no. Hello. Uh-oh. What was this one? Oh, this is just a very normal. It's a especially important read. That's fine. That's why I don't remember it. What was this one? Oh, 2 keys. Do they want like how much? No. Okay. Sorry. That was a special one. $30 more? Okay, alright, alright. You know what? You know what, WaniKani, you got me. You got me. Let's go. Alright, whatever. Let's go. Oh wait. No, that's fine. Oops. Uh-oh. Uh oh. Oh. Tsuchi. Was this an exception? Yoshi. How did they explain this? Oh, right. Because I'm doing Onyomi. Oh, wait, no. Wait. Yes. Oh. What was the mnemonic for this? Oh, get up to say tata. Yeah. To stand. Oops. We did it. That actually review is fine. Dang, that was a long one. That was a long one. These are the peak days, right? The extra peak days. Maybe I don't need a digression or a story to fill in the peak days. I was kind of dragging my feet in order to hit the 8 o'clock mark, but it was way past 8 o'clock mark. So not too bad. And usually, regardless of how big the reviews are, the reviews go very quickly. With that said, though, today we're just gonna go over the mistakes, right? Well, we made a few mistakes, largely due to carelessness. Let's go over our English clues, I guess. We'll call them English nuz, right? English nuz. So spoon, oops, totally missed part. Spoon, winter, dry, canopy, fingers, window, heart, right, direction, run. Oh, no, it's just direction. Sorry. Direction, stool, father, old, roof, task, arrow, door, poop. I can't believe WaniKani got me to say poop over and over again. I don't usually say poop very often. Towel. Towel is a bit of a pep. Towel. Life. Now. Hat. Triceratop. Ice. And stone. Okay, so now let's go over just these, because the other ones are gonna come later. So now we're doing reeds. Let's talk about reeds. I think the definitions are, and then we'll read definitions, so I suppose. Or like some, so reeds. Man. Nai. Bun or hun. That's good enough. Setsu. Setsu. Don't say. It's not that. It's. Okay. It's the same. So we'll say it's Tai. Or is it Dai? Oh no. I think it's tie for tie. The tie that he wears. Or the tie that the person wears. I show. He. Not that. You. She. Die. What was this guy? Okay. So let's double check these. This one. Oh, okay. And then the words we're gonna be calling these, right? So 10,000. 10,000 inside the part cut fat little or few, we'll use few whole cow stop machine and outside, right? And then let's try to mark these. So man o nai o bun Setsu. Oh. Uh, this is oh. Tai, right? Yeah, Tai. Sure. Oh, he. Oh, he might be Kun. You. Oh. She. Oh. Guy. Oh. And what was this? Guy. It's close enough. So only one? Let's see. Yeah. Mon and Ban. Ban. Mon and Ban. I should use my mouse for the faster with a dedicated back button. So Nai is definitely on. Bun. 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 Okay. This one I wasn't sure. Setsu. Okay. Setsu sounded okay. And this is definitely on. I. Show is already on. We already know that. Yeah, he. It's Kun. Yep, Q. That's a must. She. Yep. You kind of start feeling all of these reads now that we're so hyper focused on reads. Yeah. Tai and Tai. And Guy. Yep. So we're good. And then now let's review some of the stuff that I don't think I've sorted out yet. So we have to take into consideration chikara. So chikara is composed. So chikara is composed of riku, right? No, Riki. Riki for the owns. Riki, and I want to check that actually. I need to check this. Because I actually have. Where is it? Is it Roku? Oh, it is Roku. Okay. I had my doubts momentarily, so here we go. So in Roku. Yo. Yes. Yoku. Yoku, and then the kun is chikara. Right, chikara. That's still a stickler. And then another one that is Polka. I keep typing Toka. So Toka. Right. Right. Oh. Toka. Yatsu. 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 Onna no ko. Did I figure that out? Onna no ko. So ko is standing alone. And then onna. Oh, yeah, yeah. They're both. So they're both using kunyomi because they stand alone. King is an exception. So it then ended up being oh, interestingly enough. Writing for Boon and Mon. That was not unrelated. That was a mistake in reading. So it's not. It didn't impact anything. And then Hon. Hon ended up being Hon, which was interesting because Hon. Let me double check on Hon. When Hon was standing alone, pretty sure Hon. Where are you, Hon? Hon is onyomi. So even when it was standing alone, I was kind of like half expecting it, but it is also a counter. So more on that later. Those are the stuff that I noticed. There is some exceptions and whatnot, so I kind of want to see if there's a connection or some other way to do that. And then I made some mistakes. So let's look at these mistakes. We had volcano, Jugatsu, as opposed to Jukatsu. How did I screw up? Oh, I screwed it. I mixed it up with right and left. That's per usual. There's the Yatsu, and then the sword. Okay, so how did I screwed up the? Oh, I typoed. Instead of saying Zen, I meant Zan, right? So, oh, and this is an except. Oh no, this isn't, because I'm using onyomi, right? So, ka, Zan. Oops. And screwed up a. Don't mix right with left, and then you got to. So you. I missed the u. You got to. You got to. I'm not even sure. No. Not sure about that stroke order, actually, the first two. I typed, I'm pretty sure I typed. Oh, it was red. I typed what? U instead of sa. All right, I mean, that's a wrap for WaniKani. We still got Hanzu Hero to go, which will always, we'll level up as well, but it will probably always be 1 hour long, right? Because we're limited in lessons. It's 10 no matter what. So it was a great day today. I got a chance to chat and catch up with Gecko, right? Long discussions, 2 hour early discussion, something to reflect upon. I will continue to do this as a normal type of thing. However, in the beginning, now that I'm making more errors, right? Or I'm pushing past a limit. I'm not sure if the limit is reached yet. We'll see tomorrow how the limit is reached. My mistakes are getting higher in frequency, right? So I'm trying harder. Obviously, I'm being complacent, so I'm making mistakes and I'm being a little loose with my stuff. So now I'm doubling down. So it's kind of nice to have something to talk about in the beginning. But usually I'm going to bring a story. I read the forums each day. If something new inspires, I keep like a lot of stories and things that I'm thinking about. because on the Duolingo side, Duolingo has a channel. It has a lot of things going on so rapidly, and that's a lot of material to consume. So I don't really dabble that much. However, on this side of things, it's very steady state. Once you like get connected and catch up on like forums and stuff, not that much activity, right? Not that much activity. So I'll continue to try to make it like more of a natural part of WaniKani, because I like to talk about the people that are in or using WaniKani. That's kind of one of the whole purposes of using a tool, right? I like to relate, or at least understand what the context is, what the gripes, pros and cons. I did the same for Duolingo. Even though like 90% of my interactions were people who want to take a dump on Duolingo, which that's perfectly fine too, because it also makes me very effective, or also really interested in the counter argument, right? You get a lot of one feedback, then I normalize it with another feedback. WaniKani is very similar in that way. Lots of critiques. I focus on the critiques as opposed to my confirmation bias of what all the good things or things that I've heard about WaniKani. And then yeah, and we'll keep on doing this and see if we can iron out like a set pattern. It takes about a month to 2 months of consistency in order to iron out something that we'll do. Yeah, I can kind of see myself constantly changing and adapting to the various things in the beginning, and it's pretty rapid in the beginning. Duolingo, I was like changing things up within weeks, then months. Lots of rapid things change. So this is kind of the format we're starting to settle in at the moment. Every level up is a big day, so I will plan around the big day. It seems like it's consistently big, so not too bad. We're getting up to speed too, so not too bad about that. I need to come up with a system of dropping mnemonics. So there is going to be a time where I cycle out mnemonics. So then I will focus on the new things, right? New things in order to use the mnemonics, but I gotta cycle out some mnemonics. Keeping all of those might not necessarily be something that I'm interested in or am able to consider. So perhaps memorable ones or overlapping ones when they recur, but it is getting unwieldy at some point, because it takes a very long time. So I can definitely see myself finding a way to cycle. Yep, and that's about it. Thanks for hanging out, folks. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu, right? So to all the WaniKani enthusiasts and Japanese only peeps, as always, you know, ganbatte, right? Ganbatte kudasai. I'm gonna get up, take a bathroom break that I've been holding in for a while, get a snack, stretch out, and I'll be back for Hanzi Hero. Thank you, thank you.